Well, they may not be able to see the projector, though.
Yeah. Some way to figure out to just get those.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, and
That last setting, I think, will work fine. I don't need to be on the limelight. It makes me actually happy, so.
Because if you could turn those up.
that's what I've been trying, yeah. And everyone that I hit that's supposed to just be a row has been the entire life. We'll try one more row. Oh, there we go.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
That works.
that's reasonable.
Can you guys see the screen real well? Okay.
Good enough.
Good enough for government work?
There you go.
I don't know if this technically meets government work, though.
Presentation.
I didn't get to see your last name, Woodbury.
Woodbury.
Okay. Give people a few more minutes to come in and then go ahead and introduce you. I'm Zoe, by the way.
Travis,
Nice to meet you.
nice to meet you.
I think we probably got just about everybody. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to our first breakout session here. I'd like to go ahead and introduce Travis Woodbury to you. He has a BA in finance and an MBA in cybersecurity. He is a certified fraud examiner and a certified economic crimes forensic examiner. So he has almost 20 years as a police officer, predominantly focusing on investigating fraud cases. The predominant amount of his time focuses on helping victims of fraud, but his outside hobbies are hunting, fishing, and horseback riding with his family. So please welcome Travis.
Well, thank you. Well, I prepared a presentation for an hour. I got 30 minutes. The good news is I talk fast normally, so now that I'm in front of an audience, I'm going to talk even faster. So we might be able to get through the whole thing real quick. Most of what I'm going to try and cover today is protecting digital assets, and more what I'm focusing on in the digital assets protection is your online presence and how people actually try to initiate you into a online con. Those are probably the fastest growing, largest crime that we are actually dealing with, and I'll get you a bunch of statistics as we move through on this. I do work for the Department of Finance, Idaho Department of Finance. Our primary role is actually to take care of or regulate our financial industry, and try to protect not only the businesses that are directly involved in it, but also the clients, the customers, such as yourself. Those are the mission statement and vision statement, and one's like a more broad explanation, and then the next one's a little more condensed version. Just try to keep it simple. Where we're kind of organized at the Department of Finance, we have 3 bureaus. We have the financial institution. They predominantly focus on banks and credit unions. And then we have my personal favorite, which is the one I'm a part of, which is the Securities Bureau. We deal with mostly investment advisors, broker dealers, people who actually try to legitimately try to get you involved in investments and control those. I deal with the crooks. Most of the people I deal with are just out there trying to financially exploit people. That's pretty much where my team focuses in on. And then we also have the money service businesses. Those are kind of like your kiosks and whatnot that kind of route money back and forth. Just kind of real simple. They're not doing any trust activity, so they're not holding it on their books very long. The money's getting deposited in like a Western Union type scenario. She kind of already gave a real quick background on it, so I don't really need to touch on this one too much faster, or too much on this one. So the way my team's kind of works out is we've got a couple cool things we got. My team are really good forensic accountants, and they're really good with the legal. Part of my team, they've got me, who's the is a knuckle dragging cop, but I have a CPA with the multiple certifications behind her name on top of the CPA, and then the other one's an attorney. So I mean, we are a very strong, dynamic team, but we're extremely small, and our job is to try to protect the entire state of Idaho. So we are very busy. We do have administrative subpoena authority, which is kind of nice because we can actually go and subpoena bank records where we have a specific jurisdiction and actually get information real easy if it's allowed within our act. So there is a bit of a limitation, which I'll cover here in a second. And what's other benefit is we have direct access, what's called Bank Secrecy Act information. And so that has to deal with your currency transaction reports, your suspicious activity reports, and it's basically anything on the all your financial transactions within the financial industry. They are regulated through the Bank Secrecy, and the primary goal is to detect money laundering. Only people that want to launder money are people who are not doing the good things with their money. So that's why we have access to that. One of our limited problems we have is we have the authority to do criminal enforcement, but we don't have anyone sworn to be a criminal enforcement. So what that translates into is we don't have a grand jury subpoena. And I didn't really learn the difference between it when I was a law enforcement officer. I just wrote out my probable cause affidavit, submitted it to the courts, and they gave me a subpoena, and then I go and I drop it on the desk of the whatever financial institution. I said, hey, give me your financial records. And they're like, here you go. Well, it's a little bit different with administrative subpoena. For a couple of reasons. Like we're dealing with a lot of crypto right now. I send a subpoena off to them. We don't have jurisdiction because for two specific reasons. They don't want to be recognized as a financial institution which you regulate, and they don't want to be recognized as a security which we regulate. So they're like, you don't have jurisdiction, we're not providing it to you. And this is very unfortunate, especially when we start dealing with the pig butchering cases. And those are completely crypto scams. And I already kind of touched on the small team. We're dynamic, but we're very small, but we have a lot of abilities we can actually kind of mold out and kind of spread out and help. Our primary areas of focus is because my team does deal with the securities. Am I talking too fast? I said I'm trying to get through a lot. I'm trying to get through a lot of information really quick. Okay, I'll try to slow down a little bit and just condense everything. What's that?
There you go.
Oh, well, I was mic'd, so I was actually trying to keep my voice down because I have a mic on here. Okay. Our primary function is investment fraud. That is really what our core focus is. What we deal with is people trying to get investors, come in and give me your money, and they go you invest in this cool idea, a widget of theirs, and they go to Hawaii. That was really nice of you. They appreciate that. And they say they're really sorry for it. They don't care. They're just all about getting your money and living their best life, not your best life. We deal a lot with the fintech, digital assets, which is the cryptocurrency. That is a very emerging technology. I think this year we made almost $1 million in fines against the crypto industries. That's all going to go back to the taxpayers, though, because all of our money, everything we get back in fines and penalties, goes back into the state's general fund. We are building out into the crypto fraud. I think there's only a few law enforcement agencies within the state that are actually trying to build this out because it's not that complicated. It's still a money laundering dynamic. And I like it because all that money's on the blockchain. Everyone can see it, and I can go and actually just trace the funds. They're getting a little bit better at mixing it up, but it's a permanent record when you're dealing with blockchain technology. What we're also starting to build out into is the financial exploitation of adults. These are rough, to put it in a mild sense. Wish I could go into the problems we're dealing with on these, because half of your victims, it's their own family that's stealing from them. They're close, intimate people that they're supposed to trust. That's who's stealing from them. And that's what's the worst part about these entire cases. We're actually building in, we're starting to help law enforcement and prosecutors and do the financial analysis for them so they can actually, well, no one likes to do financial analysis. I was the one weird cop that really got into the financial crimes. Everyone else likes to chase drugs and meth, and I like chasing money. That's why I ended up going and getting the degrees I do. The other problem you're going to deal with the financials, they tend to be, as they get older, that their mental facilities, and so they can't be a good witness. and it's nothing against them. I mean, in my time, a few hits in the head, and some things just don't compute so well. The dementia issues, that's usually my biggest target sector, are dementia patients. And it's even worse if they're not diagnosed with dementia, because the way our state court system works is we actually do have to have medical records to show this person's mental state and how they are, and so that really does affect the types of crimes we can actually help them with. The other area we're building out is kind of a spring off of the financial. Our primary goal is to actually start protecting the elderly and their financial problems. We're starting to help law enforcement with the human trafficking, labor fraud. I didn't think we had human trafficking, so all those human trafficking in the world of labor. When I was a patrolman in Napa for about 15 years. I showed up to a call for a drunken guy at Walmart, and I show up and I go and talk to him. Next thing I know, I run his name and I got the FBI and everyone's showing up because he's a victim of human trafficking. I'm like, what? So basically what they do is they brought him in out of whoever speaks Pashtunwali, I think India. Only reason why I knew that is like we couldn't understand a word from him. We couldn't get we tried to get on their phones and trying to figure out, what do you speak? And he's like, Pashtunwali. And so Google Translate on your cell phones does not translate Pashtunwali. But at any rate, we eventually got them all, and yeah, that was my first experience that we do have human trafficking in the labor sector. I know we do have human trafficking within the sex industry, but I didn't realize it was in the labor as well. And we also do with narcotics. Surprise, surprise. Guys in narcotics like to launder their money. So all we're doing again is just the financial analysis, helping them understand how the money's flowing in and out within the accounts and how their actual MO of how they're moving the funds within the network. Yes, ma'am.
Are you giving addresses to medical practitioners, to GPs, so they can become better educated about when they could properly give a dementia diagnosis?
I have never been asked to do that, simply because, like the cases like I've dealt with that, it's usually an issue where other family members know, and so they grab that and they're working through the process. So the other one is like they do have these two sons. Their mom has got they know she's got dementia. They went to go get her to the doctor and get her in, but it's like a 6 to 8 month wait before they can actually get her in to get evaluated to get it. Well, in this meantime, the granddaughter went and had her sign over her entire house to her. So that's kind of the stuff, and that happened twice in the same area. I'm like, holy cow. So that's kind of the what we're trying to focus in on. Okay, 20 minutes. Let's see if I can get through this one here. This is the fun stuff.
We do have you scheduled until 10:40.
10:40? Well, it said 10:10 out there.
Oh, I have you at 10:40 on this.
Okay, I can slow down. So now I can actually try to give you a little bit more of a moderate rate. I do tend to speed up still, so if I do start talking a little bit faster, please just let me know. It won't offend me. I got a lot of time in the Marine Corps, so there might be some verbal expletives that might slip. I apologize in advance. I'll do my best. So here's kind of where you're looking at. This actually comes through IC3. And what that is anyone can go and log on to IC3's website, and what it is if you're a victim of financial crime, you can go on there and you can get these statistics, and you can report that you're a victim of these types of crimes. And they'll actually start tabulating. Sometimes they might get the information, realize you're a part of a larger fraud scheme that they're looking at an international level, and they can actually might be able to get some funds from you. It's extremely rare that actually does happen. The reality is, very rarely do we actually get funds back for some of these fraud victims. On the investment side, we do, because we go and seize assets. And we actually get them in court orders and a couple of different things that we actually are able to do more than when I was in the criminal world, when we'd go and try and seize assets. So, but as you can see, the number one is investment fraud. And I think the highest contributing factor to that is the pig butchering, which is a crypto fraud. And if you look down here, 3.8 billion of that $4 billion is probably in the crypto world. Whether you're in crypto or not, don't take training from an online person, and I'll kind of go into how that whole game is played. Whether we agree with it or not, crypto's here to stay. It's not going anywhere. It's an asset. People have actually are willing to do exchanges of currency this year. China bought billions of dollars with diesel, all nothing in cryptocurrency exchanges or through a crypto wallet. Yes, ma'am.
When you say pig butchering, are you?
It's not literally the pig butchering, and I'll go in. I'll kind of explain what pig butchering is. You're not. I was completely confounded when they actually said the word to me too. So you're not the only one. I'm like, pig butchering? Who would call a fraud pig butchering? And what pig butchering is it's shazupan, and it's direct. And I probably butchered that translation. It is a Chinese word, and it's literally the virtual translation from that is pig butchering. Is the reason how that come from, and that's how we interpret that. And the reason why it's called pig butchering is because you fatten up the hog before you kill it. So another big area we're dealing with is with the BEC. That is the business email compromise. And the tech support, personal breach, and romance, and data breach all pretty much have the exact same MO of how they're actually getting your digital information and get you start taking your money. And this is what we'll kind of go over. Just the main ones. There's other ways that they're going to go, but I'm going to focus on the predominant ways that they're actually doing this. So here's one of the biggest challenges we deal with in the financial world is no one wants to believe they're a victim of these crimes. No one wants to report it. They're embarrassed. They get shamed by their family. Everyone literally just, well, how could you do this? These people are career criminals. They are career con artists. They don't care about your personal sacrifices. They don't care about what your problems are in life. They're going to take your money because they want it. And unfortunately, the victims of these are actually the ones that get re-victimized. And that's one of that's my biggest drive on these cases. Yes, sir.
When these criminals are caught, is it criminal penalties or civil penalties?
If.
Yeah.
So the pig butchering, probably about 90% of that money is going overseas. How many arrests do you think we're going to make overseas? Because no one wants to report it, basically it's just a full-on domino effect of how this whole thing can actually play out and how people can go down. You can actually kind of read around it. But more victims. It just keeps perpetuating itself. Most of these cases are actually done by organized crime gangs. If you look up an organization called the Lazarus Group, basically pig butchering victims paid for North Korea's entire nuclear proliferation program. That's American victims. Well, it's not just Americans. They like to hit the first world because, well, we got more money than the rest of the world in theory. But I mean, I've lived in a first world country other than when I was deployed, and we do have it better than some people do, but I still have bills to pay. There are a few private individuals. There are people. We're actually looking at one of the first cases. We actually, out of all the cases I've dealt with, I've actually found one in Homedale that's actually might be part of a pig butchering case. I didn't find him. It was actually another securities regulator in another state says, hey, do you know this town? I'm like, oh, I know where that town is, yes. And he's like, I think I might have one as soon as I get my, what we call KYC, which is know your client. It's information that banks are supposed to request. So if you go and open a bank account, you know how they're asking for everything but in the kitchen sink about who you are. That's the KYC knowledge, our information. Yes, ma'am.
Are people not reporting these because it's so difficult to report? I mean, I wouldn't know how.
The honesty, might be some element. Some people may not know where to report it, but who knows? They can't report a crime to law enforcement.
You just call.
I've done it, and they didn't know what to do.
Oh, for which one?
I got hacked of my bank accounts.
Okay, so did you have a business email compromise, or was it a business email
Personal, all my personal accounts, and I went to the police, and they didn't know what to do with it. So you kind of,
When did that happen?
October, November.
Get a hold of me and we'll see what we can do, because we can do some stuff with the financial industries. Normally I would say, yes, I do have a card. I'll put a slide up. You can take a picture of it. My business bag I take with me everywhere usually has my cards. Well, I went to go grab my cards this morning, like, oh, I'm out of cards. So this kind of kicked off. And it's nothing against law enforcement. They don't do what a lot of the financial crime. I said, I worked that world. When I came over into this job, I was like, holy cow, the amount of financial information we actually have available to us was mind-blowing through the Bank Secrecy Act. It literally blew my mind. The problem is sharing it. You don't share that. It's one of those things that's called Fight. I like to call it Fight Club. Everyone knows about it, but no one talks about it. So it's public. You can go online, look what the Bank Secrecy Act, all the information they collect on it, what they provide on it. But if there's a report out there, I can't tell you about it. There's limited cases on how I could even share with law enforcement. That's something we're trying to work on because they're readjust. Used to be able you could share freely with law enforcement, but one of the problems you have with this financial information is it can never end up in a probable cause affidavit. It can't end up in a law enforcement report. There's a couple of limitations that actually do go with that keeps them from being able to actually to keep that information safe. As I said, it's the weirdest thing in the world. Everyone knows about it, but we can't talk about it.
So all your information's in the booklet.
Oh, perfect. So that helps. But
Does that frauded person's information, where does that get into a report? If the person was frauded?
depends on who they file it with. So like sometimes I've had law enforcement agencies go and they'll take the report and they'll send it and they'll forward me the case file. Sometimes they'll contact me and we will file the case and we'll do our own thing and we'll create that individuals and I follow up with them the best I can.
Yeah.
So. So these are the different types of online, how the data breaches are occurring. The primary one is actually a phishing scam. And that's just, and I'll kind of go beat in, that's really the one that actually really gets the most of the people. And then the next one's a password attack. And how they're doing that is sometimes brute force. Sometimes you'll get this link that you think you're logging into one of your websites. And oops, you just gave them your password and guess what? Who uses the same password for multiple login features? What's the worst thing in for my mental capability? Memorizing multiple passwords for multiple facilities. And now they are getting a couple of password managers. I'm trying to figure out how to use that Microsoft Authenticator, and then the Google Authenticator, and then there's another authenticator out there. Depends on which app, but the problem is depending on which program you want to log into, is which app are they going to want to work with? So. But the two big ones that we're going to focus on today is more of the phishing, is how that type of that fraud works, and that's the biggest one to try to protect your digital assets. Yes, sir.
This is just my perception. I'm pretty skeptical, but it seems like when they try to crack down on this, they're going to crack down on us as individuals, make it difficult for us to do anything and not do any. So if they know billions of dollars are going to China, then just cut off all financial transactions from the U.S. to China. That'd be the simplest way to just end it. At least the money would have to stay in the U.S. But you see what I'm saying? It's always.
No, I get you.
They want to crack down on our end, but not on the big guys' end, on all these people that are benefiting.
Who regulates cryptocurrency?
I have no idea.
Nobody.
But see, but that's also, some people are like, that's a good thing.
No, I see. I grew up in Idaho, so I get the culture. I grew up in a ranch family. Fully get it. I mean, want to get my dad all fired up, get him starting to talk about politics.
Because if you got to trust the guy that's regulating it, and if you don't trust the guy that's regulating it.
And by our nature of our culture in Idaho, we don't trust government. I mean, Ronald Reagan had my favorite quote of all time: "I'm from the government, I'm here to help." Well, guess what? I'm from the government, I'm here to help. Yes, ma'am.
Sidebar?
Yeah.
All the people that giggled when you said we use the same password for everything.
Uh-huh.
After COVID, my brain went soft.
Uh-huh.
So I bought a little dollar store address book. Every bank account, every credit card, everything is in there with the username and the password. So if I lose my mind or die, everybody has access to it all. It's a very inexpensive way to take care of that.
Yeah, my wife, the responsible one, she actually does the same thing. That worked really great until our house burns down, but what hopefully never happens. But I grew up in a real gallow career, military and law enforcement, so I just got kind of a gallow humor. Yes, ma'am.
Any of the computer operating systems have built in a password vault.
Yes.
You can establish.
That's why these people love to get access to your computers.
Right, but They're also private.
There's no easy answer. I mean, I'm just giving you some concepts, and the best way to actually protect yourself is don't fall for the con. Don't get involved with these people. It's happened to me. I got some weird thing, and I was a notification in an email. I thought it was a legitimate email. This is before I actually even got in over into this. So I was much younger, more spry. I'm like, what the heck? How come I can't log into Facebook and enter my password? And next thing I know, my family's getting some inappropriate pictures of images from me, and it was just someone more playing a joke as opposed to actually trying to log in. Fortunately for me, what I tend to do with my passwords is I use the same password, but based on what how the name of the password is, I modulate different areas within it, so they weren't able to actually access other passwords. So this is all the different types of social engineering. As you can see, social engineering, this is really how they're going to gain access to your information. And this is actually from the Verizon data breach. You can actually go online, you can download this report. They release it every year. It's a phenomenal report, and actually seeing how data breaches are taking place that are made public. Because guess what? A lot of these organizations don't want you to know that you got breached. And the reason why, and so what a lot of these breaches are, they don't care if they actually get any viable information from you right now, because guess what they know? They're just going to go and seize all this information, hold it, because they know there's some cool things that are coming down the pipeline called quantum computing and artificial intelligence. That's eventually going to get that information for them. So like your kids that don't know anything, now when I was growing up, I didn't get my social security number until I was like in 4th or 5th grade. Well, the day my kids are born, they get a social security number now. But as you can see, social engineering is the predominant way they do it. System intrusion's the cool one this year. Last year was social engineering. Before that was basic web. Again, the year before that, social engineering. Back 2017, it was all social engineering. And that's really how these online frauds work. Yes?
Maybe you're going to touch on this, but I just had 2 breach notifications that were kind of related because I went to some centralized thing for a loan, and the place actually got the loan. So they were related, but each of them had a different identity protection thing that they were going to pay for. So do you recommend you sign up for all those?
Well,
how do you, when every company's going to pick the one they want, we'll pay for this for a year.
what I've kind of found out with, this is my own opinion. I don't use with any of them. I just stay away from the other stuff because the biggest thing, like every time you buy a dang computer, you get either McAfee or Norton on there, and you get these nonstop notifications that you need to get it, and that's actually one of the ways that you do these frauds. And I'll actually cover that on as we go forward.
Froze my credit lines, and I figured that's just going to keep anybody from at least trying to apply for a loan.
Yeah, I mean, I did the same thing. Yeah, it's a simple thing to do, and the only difference is you got to plan a little bit ahead if you know you're going to go take a loan. But I mean, I don't have a lot of loans. I have a home loan, and I don't even have a vehicle loan anymore because my vehicle's so dang old. But we usually have a plan when we're going to go get a loan. So that's what I use the same approach, trying to make sure I'm not getting anything. Okay, this is how the game works, and it's brilliant. Have you ever guys watched The Wolf of Wall Street? You remember how he did how he had these scripts, how he goes through there, he would train all his people, how to get people to buy into these penny stocks? Same concept. Exact same concept. There is a show, what was his name? John Oliver, Last Night Tonight, or whatever it was. That show's called. It's a late night show. Go to his show, or go to his YouTube channel, and he's got a thing on pig butchering. And it'll actually go into how horrific this crime is. The people that you're talking to are victims. They are getting a job offer. They're usually from Asia. They're showing up into some country thinking they got this high-end job offer. Their primary requirement to get the job is they speak English. And it's human trafficking. They show up, they're put in a compound, and that's all they do all day, every day, all day, is what you're about to see here.
Can we get out of that?
With a bullet. they're there for about a year, from what you can see. You can actually go online. I am not revealing anything magical that's not public information out there. This is actually fairly well understood. They do cover, some people do, they get to the point where like they can't do it anymore, and they do get killed. Some people go in and just decide to get really good at it, and then they start getting compensated by these organized crimes. What's our primary role in life? When we wake up every day, what's our main goal? Provide for our families. If stealing money from the wealthy Americans is providing for my family, what do I care? That's the fraud triangle, how it works. We just justify this type of behavior. We rationalize, justify it, we have a need, so that's really the nature, human nature, how we justify and do everything. And some people are able to do that. I grew up, in a real conservative family in Idaho, so I have a really kind of a high moral, ethical, what I consider high moral, ethical standards. Some other people might look at me like, yeah, whatever. But, I have what I believe is appropriate behavior. Two things I was always beat into my head from the day one is you will not lie and you will not steal. I learned that a really hard way a couple times. But my dad is a Idaho rancher, so he was pretty strict. So this is what we're going to kind of go on how this con actually works. These are the exact same, you guys seen Matchstick Men? That's those two con men that go in there, they go and they con this one couple, then they show up, or a couple, and then they show up later as a cop and get more money from them, saying, hey, I'm going to help you get these guys. That's the other side of this con, man. We're dealing with that on the same element. So when you're a victim of a crypto fraud, we are literally having companies going to approach these people. My opinion is the same organization because they know they've been victimized. Like, hey, I'll trace your funds for you to let you know where the money is at. And then you can go and get all that money back. Well, it don't work that way. It's still an asset. The only way you're going to get these assets back is through a court order. You just can't say, hey, these are my funds. Give those over to me, please. That don't work. Some random person show up and asking you for this money here is claiming it's mine. No one's going to actually buy that one. That's why it does take a court order. And the court order it's literally a seizure asset. We did it all the time in law enforcement for people involved in criminal activity. But you still have to, there is a due process in place in America. I have a friend with Boise PD. He ended up with some money that then got transferred into Zimbabwe. Their due process is not like ours. They just decided the money was theirs and they took it. For everything, it looks like it might have been a legitimate business. So I do appreciate America's due process laws, even though they are kind of an annoyance at times, especially when you're trying to hold people accountable. But they are a good thing. But kind of getting back to the how this digital con work, these are the exact same features. You can actually go look, how does a con work, the phases of a con. This has actually got one less phase. And I'll touch on that towards the end of it. So here's an actual case we actually worked, law enforcement. This is an 85-year-old man. He was on his knees, 19 minutes. Put $15K in $100 bills into this crypto ATM. If you have any business transaction that wants you to use a crypto ATM, it's a scam. I can't do anything about them right now. I'm doing everything I can to figure out how to make these things disappear. But crypto ATMs, my personal opinion, is they're just for scamming people. But the worst part about this one, this gentleman was here about an hour and a half, and no one from the store even come to ask him for help or anything like that. And this fraud did perpetuate longer and longer. The crypto, when we first started doing the crypto ATMs, they could actually get the wallet addresses and everything else. Now the crypto ATMs are actually even covering those up for us, so it's a little harder to get the information. Yes? You. It is literally an ATM where you can go put your U.S. dollars or your what in a fiat currency into the machine and then transfer it to somewhere else. You cannot do a withdrawal. It is literally a deposit-only type system.
And they have them, like,
All over the place. All over the place. I guarantee I can pop online and look up, and I bet we could find one right here in this town. I bet you I'd find a minimum of 20 here in the town.
So, but they're not all legal. It's just-
100% legal.
What's that?
100% legal. No one regulates them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If they were illegal, like, you got physical currency sitting there in a box, you could
We're trying to work around money transmitter. I'm looking at this problem, trying to figure out how to get some control of this. But ATMs by themselves are not necessarily considered a money transmitter. Who would actually, if I could look at it, maybe the business if they're getting compensated for having that machine in there, but they don't always do. So, I mean, we're looking at, this is even something they're looking at the federal level on these crypto ATMs. Most of your, so like if a mom and pop shop have their own personal ATM in there, they're stocking and everything, it's not technically a money service business. So I don't regulate. It's not a security. It's not considered banking. So it's just one of those little niche things that we're trying to work through. Yes?
So, I don't understand crypto.
That was my answer a year ago, and I still barely understand a little bit, even though I'm dealing with it daily.
So he's standing there or kneeling there for 19 minutes, putting money into this machine. Can you kind of just walk me through, just briefly?
I was about to do.
Okay,
And you were right, there's 12 in less than a mile radius.
So, thank you. Whew. I'm not making any false statements up here. So, these are confidence games. These guys, I mean, it's the Wolf of Wall Street. They've got these scripts down to a T, and they know how to ask and what they're going to do. The first one is the pretext. This is where who's got these random text messages like saying, hey, I'm 15 minutes late, or whatever the case may be, or you get these random emails from, my favorite one is the Geek Squad. I'm getting constantly hit up by Geek Squad. I've never been to Geek Squad in my entire life. I know where they exist at. I know where they're, but I've never been there. I just use my computer till it dies, and I go get a new one and deal with all the transfer issues that go along with that. So, but this is really what it is all they're doing is they're just sending it out at random, and they're just waiting for a response. Once you start responding, that's when the social engineering starts coming in. That's when they start actually, based on your responses, there's people with really smart people that actually know how to human behavior and how you communicate. They actually start doing that analysis and actually trying to help them establish the rapport. And this is what their whole goal is to actually get an emotional connection to you. That's really what they want. If they can get that emotional connection, that's how you get an 84-year-old man sitting on his knees for almost 20 minutes depositing money, a $100 bill at a time. Yes?
So, now that there's cell phones, smartphones, whatever, how do you deal with a person that has limited capacity that has that, but you're not around all the time, that's gonna click on that? There's no way to prevent that text from coming.
If you figure that out, let me know, because I would be out of a job, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah. I mean,
It's what they do. And the reason why they kind of target the elderly, it's a more trusting culture. It's really that's where it comes from. It's a very trusting culture. Idaho, I think 65% of our population is over 60. So we're prime candidates for elder fraud. That's kind of that's what our reason, our primary focus is to get involved in these types of crimes.
well, I have a family member that's on my plan for my phone,
Uh-huh.
and they get a phone call, no, they got a text from someone who said they had that phone number previously, and they needed a code sent to that phone, and then they needed the code.
Yeah, that's what they're trying to do. They're just trying to get access
Yeah.
to the phone. Get access to sensitive information. That's what they're doing. And that's how it works. I mean, that's really the whole purpose of the pretext is initiate contact. A normal fraud, that's is. They pick who they're going to target. And in the real world, they'll go through obituaries, whatever, and look for different vulnerabilities, something they can do to get that emotional connection with you. Whether that's sharing the loss of a loved one that may have died, I mean, a million different things. That's their whole goal is to get that emotional response. Once they got that emotion, once they get emotion involved in your decision-making process, guess how rational you are? It takes that away from you. And that's what their whole goal is. If they get that emotion on that emotional string, they've got you. So the best thing to do is, I just ignore them. I have one friend, and you'll actually see some of the stuff I'll show here in a little bit. That's actually stuff that he was just wanting to screw with them. He's another cop, so he was bored on duty. So let's screw with the idiots. So unfortunately, he's screwing with another victim. But the next thing is an offer. Where this usually comes in, kind of give you a scenario. Is like I had one incident where he was a real estate agent, and so people contact him all the time for real estate. Having him to look for different real estate offers. So basically, he's creating a monetary interest with him. And they talked for about 2 to 3 months. He was supposed to come out up here into Idaho multiple times. The guy's basically in Southern California, like most people that's coming here to Idaho. No insult. I mean, I get it. But was supposed to come over here, and he was a no-show. That's a big sign right there. The gentleman was a no-show, and basically, after about 3 months of this interaction back and forth, he says, you know what? I got a deal for you. If you help me with my real estate investing up in Idaho, I'll help you with my I'll let you be a part of my successful crypto investing business. And within a month, he lost $90,000. My largest loss so far is $9 million. So, who thought that kind of money was in Idaho, huh? And that was a whole nother story. That wasn't a pig butchering. That was literally a smart contract fraud on that one. But how tied to emotions is our money, our finances? I've been homeless with a family one time in my life. Want to guess how emotional I was? That's a scary moment in your life. I get it. But that's what they're doing. They want that emotional connection. Once they get that, rationality goes out the window. And once they start making that offer, they got all kinds of legitimacy of different ways of offering. It's all fake. The cool thing that they're doing right now is they are actually, so how much do you think the state Secretary of State actually puts into evaluating who's filing for a business license in their state? So they're actually going on to a lot of, for whatever reason, Colorado seems to be the favorite right now. Nothing against Colorado. I mean, Idaho would do the same thing. You go online, you fill out all the forms to get a business, an LLC, and you will get that. And so they're basically providing these people all this fake documentation that this is legit. So this is a legit Colorado business. This is a legit Wyoming business, but whatever the case may be, it's a legit business. And then they create all these fake crypto advisor type certifications that they're providing these people, let them know, hey, I'm certified to teach you how to be a crypto investor. Well, there's only 2 or 3 actual organizations in the world that actually do that. And it's not how to be an investor, it's actually how to be an investigator, because this is such a prolific crime. There's the biggest one that's actually works extremely well. It is absolutely amazing how well it works. And I mean, I've been in the fraud game for quite a while. There is a level of respect of how well they do this, but I still hate them. Don't get me wrong. I do not empathize with them, and I want them to all go away. But with the websites, that is absolutely what they're doing. So what they're doing is they're giving you a spoofed website, or even maybe a real website. You're going in and logging into that. You're creating a user account using a password. Guess what? How many people like to use the same password over and over? And so basically, you're going and logging in and getting that, getting in there, and so you're going to deposit your first $1,000. We're going to start safe. Let's keep this nice and safe. So we're not going to actually risk anything. I'm just going to play around with this and see how this goes. That $1,000 turns into $100,000 in a matter of weeks. Who gets excited about seeing $100,000 in their account? How emotionally invested do you think they are at this point? And so, guess what? They go and they put in another $20,000, another $30,000, because they just see these numbers go up and up and up. I'm wealthy. I'm never going to have to work again. Then, now we get to the next the next phase. What do you want to do when you see $1 million in there? Who would like to pull out $30,000 or the money you invested originally? I invested $30,000. I'm just going to pull out my $30,000 that I invested into this program and just run on my success. That's when the problem kicks in. And these are, I haven't seen them all, but I've seen a lot of them, because one thing you want is once you think you've seen it all, they're going to take your legs out from underneath you. But they use all kinds of things. One, it's a tax violation. You owe back taxes on the money you made. We think you were involved in insider trading on our website, and so, but it don't matter what the problem is. There's a problem. They're going to make up whatever the problem is. In order to fix that problem, guess what? You got to give them more money. And that's what they're after. More money. And this is actually, believe it or not, this is where the actual, remember when I say it's called pig butchering because you fatten up the hog before you kill it? So you got $30,000 originally invested. People usually put in about $100,000 before they quit, before I'm actually brought in, or before law enforcement is actually brought in, because they think, well, just a little bit more, I'm going to get $1 million. Just a little bit more, I'm going to get $1 million. How rational are we once our emotions are involved? And our finances and emotion completely tied together. So, and these are kind of what we're going to go and talk to about. Oh, remember how I said there was 5? What's the last, in a normal con, when you and I are having this little conversation, after I've taken all your money, what do I have to do? I have to get the hell out of town with your money. These people are in another country. They don't stop. They do not stop. They keep sending you like, hey, what are we going to do about this? Hey, what are we going to do about this? Hey, when are you going to give us more money? We're still here to help you. We want to work with you. It doesn't end. Only time that usually ends is when a law enforcement officer contacts us, hey, you got officer so-and-so, or when they send me an email and it says this is a security investigations type thing, like, okay, this was dead. But the other worst one I've actually dealt with on another pig butchering victim is these companies, they like to claim that they're white hat tracers. What they're going to do is, hey, I see you were a victim of a pig butchering and you lost your crypto. We will trace those funds and help you get it back. Who's not going to throw another $1,000 at that? $2,000, $3,000 to get their $30,000 back. I had one victim, he lost $40,000 in a pig butchering scam, and then the white hat tracer took another 30. That's what these guys do. And I honestly think the people that was scamming him, I actually went and did some research. Problem with this one is I couldn't find the wallet information, the transaction. I can't find it on the blockchain. None of it correlates to what he's telling me. I trust him. He's telling me he lost $40,000. That's not usually something that anyone's going to lie about, but I just can't find the transactions on the blockchain. So they've got a new, and when I said I'm brand new to the crypto, I am drinking from a fire hose trying to figure that out. I've gone through multiple training courses on how to be a crypto investigator, and I was doing really well there for a while. There's been another switch in how they're doing it. They're actually hiding the money. Part is through the crypto ATMs. As I said before, I used to get a receipt from a crypto ATM. I had all my information in there to start tracing. Now I don't even get a wallet. I get a 10-digit QWERTY number. Like they just scrambled 10 numbers on the keyboard. And I have to go and now subpoena the crypto ATM to get that money out. Best case, best odds on these, most of your financial crimes, you got about 72 hours from the money's taken to be able to get it back. I have had a couple of them. It was like 7 months old, and I was sitting there working through it, and I actually found their money on the blockchain. And I'm like, awesome. Started working, trying to get the seizure going on it. And then there was a funny thing that happened that same day is you can go actually look at it. This is actually just about 2 weeks ago. They just did a sanctions on a couple of Russian organized crimes, and they started seizing assets, and that wallet was drained like quick. So my assumption is that was a wallet they had control of. There was well over $1 million in that wallet. So, and that was actually my realtor case that I brought up earlier. I was like, man, I'm actually going to get, my biggest goal is getting money from my victims. Nothing makes me more excited to actually get money back from my victims, and I was actually super ecstatic. Here's probably, I could show about $10,000 that went into that account, so I was going to get him 10 grand, but I mean, it's something. So this is kind of the main goal of what you kind of want to focus in on. And I say the same thing. That's why I said I don't even screw around with them, but you'll see a couple here where I got a buddy. He was screwing with them. He was having fun with it. He was bored.
Could you put that back up and we're gonna take pictures of it?
If you guys want, I can actually share the PowerPoint with you. I think there's actually, it is proprietary and confidential, but I think that was just the base PowerPoint I actually used. There's nothing in here that's secret or what I would consider proprietary. It's me talking about victims of fraud. Trust it. We all got intuition. Gavin DeBecker wrote one of my favorite books. It's called The Gift of Fear. It's just those little spidey senses that go off. They're there for a reason. Learn to use them. Yes, ma'am.
I hesitated to tell this story, and I won't go into all of it because it's a long story, but when I first moved back to Idaho 3 years ago, I had recently gotten divorced, very emotional, 40 years, blah, blah, blah. Signed up, my son-in-law signed up with a moving company, because it was only gonna be $15,000 to get me moved cross country back to Idaho. And I said, I don't trust this. It shouldn't be that little amount of money. I've moved all over the country many times. Shouldn't be that little amount of money. Told you so. Trust your intuition. If it seems too good to be true.
Let me guess, they started hitting you with storage fees after the fact. That was a big one I dealt with in law enforcement.
For like 6 months.
Yeah.
I lost all my possessions from my entire life.
Ouch.
And I eventually got some of it back, all moldy, all destroyed, been stored in a warehouse in New Jersey, and this was a move from Cleveland, Ohio. One of my coworkers is here, who was through this whole thing with me at work. I mean, I get shaky even talking about it. I mean, I've been through a horrendous experience in my personal life. You sign on, you end up becoming good friends with these movers, and this was shortly after COVID, or at the end, so everybody's kind of rattled anyway. They interview you, you're talking on the phone, talking about your possessions, and I guess it was a wave that went across the United States, because so many people were moving cross-country because of COVID, because of...
Well, we had a major influx here in Idaho.
I had the people in my little apartment here in Moscow. They were from Syria, and I think they were part of that human trafficking thing that you spoke about.
Could be.
I didn't know it till just now, listening to you. I sat there like a mother hen, chewing them out, telling them to get a better job, because quit ripping off people. They had me down at the bank, little old me, and the teller was putting Post-it notes across the counter saying, this is a scam. I'm like, yeah, I know, but they had everything since I was a child. All my children's
A lot of sentimental value.
everything. I would have.
How much emotion, I'm not picking on it, but how much emotion is involved in a sentimental value? That's what they're, yeah, that's it.
And they kept charging over, they kept saying, well, we've lost track of your possessions, now they're in Nebraska. This went on for months. I mean, I'm down there on crutches, I just broken my pelvis, long story. I mean,
You had a rough year.
It goes on and on. But I had these 2 young guys, and they're on the phone with their boss in Syria. We tracked it down to that. Across the United States, there were a bunch of moving scams, frauds, whatever you want to call it. Eventually, they ended up, that trip down to the bank in Moscow, they took another $15,000, and they had to count it out, bill by bill. I have movies of them. I've gone to attorneys, and it would cost me $50,000, $100,000, whatever.
And probably not get anything.
So I had to eventually just cut my losses and just say I'm starting over and let it go. Clearly I haven't let it go because I'm pretty emotional right now.
Well, it's hard.
They ended up getting 50s, I don't even know now, everything I had. I'm 65 years old and starting over. And
Yeah.
there's no way I can find them. And they wouldn't even, they showed up with a truck with a bunch of stuff, and they wouldn't show me the stuff, another $15,000 to look in the truck. I had the police department from Moscow, I'm in front of.
Yeah, I went to a couple of these when I was in law enforcement. They decided my services were not needed by them anymore.
I stood in front of that truck, 65 years old, on crutches, broken pelvis, saying they're not driving away with this stuff, and the police were gonna take me to the police station.
Well, I told them that the people there, if you take her stuff, you're committing theft, and I'll arrest you. Your contract with the homeowner, because I've dealt with that several times. Way we kind of the stance we had when I was at Napa is that's her stuff. You have a business arrangement with her, but you can't steal their stuff.
They said it was a civil case and that they couldn't get called, and I'm not.
That's different policies, and that's the stance that we took when we were at Napa. That's what we kind of looked at this, because I mean we saw it for what it was. It was a scam.
But I guess the reason why.
10 minutes? Okay, we're going to go back to the really fast talking Travis. So basically on the pretext that we're going about talking over on this one, don't acknowledge these things. And that's all they're trying to do is they're trying to start the social engineering game going with you, trying to get, as I said, their one sole goal is to get that emotional connection with you, to get you going, oh, I'm going to make a little bit of money, or I'm going to get my stuff back. That's horrible. I'm so sorry you had to go through that.
I have to move on, but I just don't want anybody else to ever fall there, because I'm trusting.
To be honest with you, the people that actually come forward are people like that. I don't want anyone else to go through it. The reality is everyone's so embarrassed. The worst nightmare was what's actually going is the sextortion cases. Same type of thing, but I mean, it's a different element, but it's still a fraud. So, and then scrutinize all your emails and texts, and that's what I'm going to kind of try to hit on here in 10 minutes. So this is, if you actually go through and read that, and this is actually a friend of mine screwing with the random text he's got. But again, look at the phone number. These guys are really good at spoofing phone numbers and getting information. Google lets you do that. No cost, no charge. You can spoof a phone number real easy. So that's how they're able to get information on the grandmother, the grandparent fraud, where like your grandchild's in jail if you don't send us $20,000 in gift cards or whatever the case may be.
I got that call.
Did you?
Yeah, and immediately my husband says, the guy's on the phone, it's about Tyler, blah, blah, blah. So when I get on the phone, the guy's going, this is Tyler. I said, oh, you sound really different. Oh, my mouth got smashed. I'm in an accident. You need to.
Well, it's going to get better with the AI.
Yeah. I took down all the information and knew it was a scam.
So, but this is it. Just ignore these. I said I would just put this up there for some slight humor from Brandon, just screwing with the guy. Instead of Upwork, he's going with Updog. But and so, kind of take a real quick look at this. What is wrong with this text?
I've got those.
Comes from
Yeah.
email.
Emails, text. This is an actual text. A text, for one, who gets text from email very often? And what legitimate business has an iCloud?
Yeah.
So this is supposed to be USPS. Why is it not a USPS URL? And why can I only use Safari browser? And then here's another one. The message is supposedly from here. Why is that number different? They're doing screenshots, and they're just dumping information on text and just flooding the market, seeing who they can get a response from. If you go and do a quick research on Google, Alicia Everett, she's trying to steal your money. Probably doesn't know it, but she's trying to steal your money. So those are the quick ways you can actually go into check and just go to them. The email, what's wrong with that email? Just quick glances. Some of this you ain't going to be able to see until I actually get up here. What professional business does a period and then a comma on their dates? And just a lot of these things. Why does your bank need you to update your bank account? They're just trying to get your bank account number and your password. Who likes to use the same password over and over? I'm guilty. I got both hands up. I mean, I do the same bad habits. That's why I've actually been, they haven't gotten money from me yet, fortunately, but my family got some pictures they probably didn't want to see. 5 minutes. Okay, I got, here's another one real quick, the web root. And these are the actual different ones. Again, the Gmail account. The reason why I never care about Geek Squad is because every one of them comes from a Gmail account. These are all different spoofs, spams, everything, whatever they can do. And if you read some of the languages, or when you read it, the translation is not correct English. It's a weird English. It's obviously another word because we invert our pronouns. We're one of the very few ones where we use our pronouns and nouns and verbs in the sequential order. We're one of the few cultures that do that. Everyone else has got their adjectives inverted from their nouns and pronouns. I'm not a linguist. Talk to the linguists. Payment method scams. If it's a gift card, cryptocurrency, or if you can only pay in gift cards, cryptocurrency, or they want you to use a crypto ATM, it's most likely a scam. Hit on the phishing attacks a little bit and how they're kind of touched on those, how they're going. One thing, spoofing, that's a whole nother out, and that's when they're actually, this is where AI is going to start coming in and being a real big problem. Whether you like it or not, AI is here, and AI is going to stay. It is not going anywhere. It is amazing what they can do with AI, and here's the best news about AI. Everything we can do, all the cool stuff we can do with it right now, this is the worst it's ever going to be. It is only going to get better. We have actually now had a financial institution that had a Zoom call with, our employee had a Zoom call with her, what she thought was her CFO, sounded like him, looked just like him, routed money to a false account. So, you know how you're talking, my voice is all screwed up? They need 3 words from you, and they can clone your voice. So my best thing is go and do your due diligence. Actually call their families like, hey, where are you at? Instead of talking to the whatever number you got spoofed on, have someone else call them on another phone. Hey, what are you doing? Nothing. That's what you do. Just don't take them at face value. And that's how you avoid these people. I don't even, my mom was like, yeah, that's not my son.
What do you think happens legally with that lady who thought that was her boss? Do you think, is she in trouble with the?
It's a private industry. I mean, they wanted to terminate her, they could.
That's a terrible thing.
It's a terror. I mean, financial crime is, reasonably one of the main drives for me to get involved in financial crimes is that it's actually much, I dealt with the sex crimes, I've dealt with the drugs, I've dealt with about every crime you can imagine. With the financial crimes, most of the time it's an elderly person who's having to restart their life at 65, their financial savings, everything. That's really what I mostly end up dealing with. And it's not that no one cares, no one knows how to deal with it. Most cops, I was one of them, didn't understand financial crimes. And so I just started getting really interested in it. And that's why I went and got the alphabet behind my name to actually start trying to do something about it.
My friend was a victim of a financial crime,
I'm sorry.
but she would not go and let elder abuse do anything.
Yeah.
She wouldn't do anything. When she was finally sick, and they'd taken all of her money pretty much, I got her to sign a form with the courts of abuse of a elderly person.
Mm-hmm.
And by the time we went to court 14 days later, she had passed away.
Yeah, I had a similar case. A daughter who completely stole her parents, or one of her parents blind, while we're going through the court processes to actually hold this lady accountable. The mother died, so she got off. It was, I think, like $60,000, and it's a horrible amount. And at my point in the game, I see $60,000. But that's a lot of money to these people. I lose $60,000. It's going to be financially devastating to me. Most working class Americans, $60,000 is going to be financially painful. Yes?
Is there a certain dollar amount that has to be stolen before you guys become involved?
No. I'll look at every case. My biggest thing is the likelihood of getting funds back for us. And that's just currently right now, as I said, our biggest problem is, and that's the reason why I'll look at the case, but my biggest problem is that there's 3 of us. We're extremely small, and we're trying to take care of the entire state and assist law enforcement with all of their financial stuff, and then our primary focus is the financial elder exploitation, because, those are just horrendous.
So the elder exploitation.
Sorry to interrupt you. He just has about 2 minutes left, so I wanted to give him the chance to touch on anything else that he needed. And I'm sure you will be out in the vendor area afterward.
Yeah, I'll be out by the Department of Finance's table here.
Okay, perfect.
This is kind of the quick one real quick. 2FA, that's the multi-factor for your login passwords. That's usually like a biometric, so they'll send you a text. If you go to log in, they'll send you a text, basically make sure that you see you logging in. That's one way to protect yourself. Long passwords, multiple, everything else you'll see on any website when you go and create a password. As I said, best thing I can do is what I end up doing is I use the same password, but based on what the first letter is, tells me which letter I'm going to change, whether and it's just simply a capitalization or a special character with that letter that I use or number that I use in there. It's not foolproof, but it's something. So any quick questions? I'm sure there's a bunch, but I'll do what I can. Yes?
Well, none of this is good news. All this technology is not helping us a whole lot. It's actually
there is. So I mean, not only is AI being used to actually, AI is actually originally designed for good. The internet was originally designed for good, but unfortunately we have human behavior, the self-serving nature of human behavior. And so there are companies that are designing AI detection tools. One common thing that they're using, like, so the bank, the video and everything else like that, the one thing that AI is not doing really well right now, that's easy to pick up, is it's a flat image. It's just a picture. So like now you're looking at me, I've got shadows on my face, and they're able to actually modulate that type of information out. So AI is a good and a bad thing. So when AI was designed, it wasn't designed to facilitate fraud. You just got a bunch of crooks who learned how to manipulate to their system. That's been human behavior since the beginning of time.
But at the same time, we're being forced into having to use all this technology. I mean,
Not really.
I'm a paper and pencil person. I wish we could still do it that way, but we can't even go to the library and look up a book without using a computer.
Yeah.
So,
Right.
There is certain elements that are getting forced, I mean, into the digital. I mean, that's the problem is why this is such a more successful fraud is because who doesn't have an online presence? Who doesn't have a cell phone? I mean, so there is no limit on what they can do, but I mean, there is still a chance. Who here can look at, just be around someone's like, I don't feel good about this person, and have their instincts were right later on. We still have our instincts.
Well, I wanted to thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have probably about 20 minutes before our next breakout session, so please feel free to see our other vendors, ask any questions that you might have.
Are you down in the Treasure Valley, Travis?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, great, great. Yeah, it was just fine, and I was making it more. Yeah, and it wasn't.
You really do have a following here, huh?
You see all the green? I know.
Put 'em all.
It's a little bit. 90% of the purple.
Who's minding the story?
Well, these people are all from like Coeur d'Alene and stuff.
Oh, really?
Do you get to drive a green vehicle? No. Do you get to when you're down there? I know. So only like our indirect dealers, so like for like auto loans and stuff, they get to, and then our community development people get to. And then if you're like a VP or something, then you do. That sucks. I know. I was like, as dorky as it is, it'd be kind of nice not to have to pay for gas.
Well, don't you guys do like free gas, or do they just do that up here?
Every once in a while when they do a blitz, yeah, they'll pay for like people's gas and stuff.
I'm sure you're exempt from partaking, but
I'm always like, Dakota, go to the gas station.
I was gonna say, do you have like a secret like code word you can like text out?
Fly through our budget so fast.
What is your budget?
I don't know. It's different every time. That we then spend for like gas and like coffee and things like that.
I don't know how, but somehow my father-in-law always knows.
Really?
And he'll, yeah, he sits at the top of the hill and like waits to see like at the gas station.
It's funny.
They did it yesterday actually.
Yeah.
My husband
yeah.
like happened to be there.
That's so funny.
It's like a gigantic Ford F-350 pickup, so that was a nice surprise.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Here, I'm gonna get my own picture here. Ellie. There you go. Wave hi to everybody. I'll drop by the office in Pocatello and post that one.
Yeah.
You hear anything out of our friend Shelley since she retired?
Saw her yesterday.
Yeah, she having fun?
She's just now finally getting back home since she retired. She's been literally traveling everywhere.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm a minute early, but we'll get started, because you guys have tons of questions to ask these guys. I'm Marlis Wilson. I am part of the group that helps with the seminar on. I am retired from Layton Credit Union. And so this session is on the financial markets. And I'm going to introduce the speakers. And so you guys can just raise your hand when I, when I talk about you. But Tim Kincaid is from CMG Home Loans. With over 30 years of experience as a mortgage loan originator, Tim has spent the majority of his adult life in mortgage lending before taking a position with CMG Home Loans. Tim worked with Novus Home Mortgage, First Home Bank, Goldwater Bank, Washington Trust, and Bank of America. Tim owned a Moscow, Idaho-based mortgage brokerage from 1994 to 2014. In his spare time, Tim performs bluegrass, folk, and classic rock music with his sons, Sam and Joe, under the band name of Factory Mow. Lisa Callahan is with Idaho Central.
She, at credit union, I better say that, that's important. Lisa Callahan is a North Idaho native, is a mortgage expert who has helped many families navigate the mortgage process in both the Lewis-Clark Valley and on the Palouse. Lisa is very involved in this community and has built strong relationships through her business and nonprofits. Outside of work, Lisa enjoys spending time with her husband and 3 boys. Together they love traveling, camping, boating, and anything outdoors. Ellie Helbling is with Latah Realty. Ellie is a longtime resident of Latah County and a mother of 4 who works as a realtor for Latah Realty in Moscow. She aims to provide guidance, support, information, and overall great home buying or selling experience for her clients. Todd Christensen is Money Fit by DRS. Author, podcaster, and speaker Todd Christensen of Money Fit by DRS promotes stability and security in his household financial and housing counseling sessions, writings, and conference presentations. He has been quoted on sites including Wall Street Journal, I'm sure, U.S. News, Time, and NASDAQ. So we're going to open the panel up, and I have some questions that I'm going to throw at the panel. I've got about 10 of them. They'll each get a chance if they want to answer that question in particular, or if something else has been answered, we'll go on to the next one. But then when we're all done, then that'll give all you guys an opportunity to ask any questions that you may have. So I will start with the first question. And so it's kind of a 2-part. What does the housing market look like for 24-25? And where are the interest rates headed? That's a good one there. So take it away. Whoever wants to handle
I'm going to leave the housing market to Ellie
Okay. And interest rates will be you.
and Lisa.
Yeah, you guys do. Okay, well, I think on a national scale, we're considered to be in a declining market. But that being said, it's declining from 2 years ago where it was bananas, insane. So also Moscow and Latah County is kind of its own little bubble. We have the universities close by, and we have still very low inventory, and there still are a ton of buyers looking and coming to the area. So I think that the housing market isn't as crazy as it was, but I think it's still fair to say that it's slightly crazy.
Yeah, agreed.
How about inventory?
Inventory here is low. Still, I mean, on a national scale, it's low. So, is it the right time to buy or sell? If you're thinking of selling, you should have no problem. If you're thinking of buying, you have a little bit more negotiating power. You have time to do second showings. 2 years ago, it was people writing offers, sight unseen. There was no seller concessions. It was cash offers are beating out a lot of local people. So I'm really happy for my buyers that I'm working with lately because they have a fighting chance.
And I think one thing too that doesn't really help the inventory is, like, as far as rates go, is a lot of people who do have homes right now are at an interest rate of 2% or 3%, and they don't really want to leave that interest rate, and so they're not selling and moving into a new home. So that's like part of the reason our inventory is where it's at. As far as interest rates go, it's hard to say. I mean, we've been seeing interest rates in the 6s and the 7s for a while now, and the forecast is that it's not going to be much different in the next year or two. I don't see them going down to 2-3% anytime soon at all.
Well, my view of, thank you. It's okay. My view of the, well, first, I'm not an interest rate prognosticator. I don't have that skill set. My crystal ball is fuzzy at best. But the one thing I will observe that when the inflation became a problem and the Fed started raising rates, they raised rates 11 times. In the last 5 Federal Open Market Committee meetings, they've left rates unchanged. And leaving rates unchanged tells me that we're plateauing and we're getting ready to come down the other side. If and when that will be, when we will start to see that decline, and when the Fed will start to reduce the Fed funds rate, which will trickle into the bond market and ultimately housing market rates, is anybody's guess. But we're definitely plateauing, and I think I'm optimistic. I think even by the end of this year, we could see things maybe a half point better than where we are right now, and we're sitting in the high sixes at this time.
Yeah, so last year, the Fed said that they were gonna cut interest rates this year like 6 times, and they kind of walked that back, and so now they're saying 3 times. So I think we just need to see what they actually end up doing.
The economy has been a stubborn mule, and it just continues to show strength. The jobs report this morning showed resiliency in the jobs market, and that bodes poorly for mortgage rates, and will continue to do so as long as we have good economic news. Bad economic news is my friend.
We also have to, I remember, for those who think, well, I'm gonna wait, I'm not gonna buy now because rates gotta come back down to normal. And I have to remind people that the 2010s was not normal. 2% interest rates, I don't think anybody will ever see that again in our lifetime. And so if you're waiting for them to come back down, that's to those kind of rates, that's probably not gonna happen. I mean, go back 20, 30, 40, 50 years, the average is gonna be 8%. So we're still sitting pretty, just the prices are a little higher than they were.
We're spoiled.
Yeah, we got spoiled, and we have a very short-term memory as a nation as far as what the rates were back in the day, so.
Adding to,
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, don't try and time the market waiting, because you just never know. And if they go down, great. You'll see the loan officers again and talk about refinance.
yeah, adding to what Todd is saying, I think if you look at what standard appreciation has been in Latah County, particularly in Moscow, compared to where the rates are at, if you decided to wait 2 years ago because you thought rates were too high, the appreciation of that home is gonna by far surpass the additional interest that you would have paid over those 2 years. Way better to buy now and refinance as soon as you can.
And nationally, the appreciation is about 3 to 6%, and I think Latah County is closer to the 6, from the last statistics that I heard.
Next one I've got is, I'm thinking of selling, what first steps do I need to take?
Okay, I will take this one. Well, I think that the first steps that you need to take kind of vary on the urgency. What is motivating you to sell? Obviously, if it's a situation that is, you're relocating for a job, or there's been a death or a divorce, that kind of speeds up the process. I think no matter what the reason, finding a good realtor for guidance is probably a first step. Even before then, maybe tackling deferred maintenance around your house, getting holes patched and new coat of paint, refinishing floors, cleaning carpets. A little side note, if you have pets and you want to professionally clean your carpet, do it a couple weeks at least before people are going to be in the house, because it really just stirs up any odors. That's been a problem lately. So doing all the home maintenance stuff before, then you can meet with your realtor and decide a plan. It's been pretty common to meet with my sellers a month before they want to go live on the market. That gives us time to discuss, for me to prepare a comparative market analysis, give them market statistics. We can also go over things like staging, declutter, any marketing plans that we have, social media, newspaper. There's a ton of things that my office specifically does for our sellers. So I think that the first step is to decide when you want to sell and why you want to sell. From there, contact a realtor. If you're trying to choose a realtor, it's really easy to be swayed by doing a Google search, and then you run the risk of seeing those paid advertisements. I would really recommend strongly that you find someone that you trust in the community and ask for word of mouth, because that really is, I guess, kind of the gold standard for realtors is, would you recommend them again with a future purchase or sell? So I think that might cover it.
Sounds great.
So the next part of that is I'm interested in buying a home, and what are the first steps do I need to take? Like, where do I start first? The realtor, the lender, Zillow, do I meet with an agent, do I meet with the lender? What are the best steps to take if I'm interested in buying?
Again, circumstance would probably be, and timing is important on this side as well. I think that starting with a budget is very, very important. Somebody once told me if you are shopping without a budget or a pre-approval, it's kind of like going to a car lot and you don't have a license. So I really like to have an initial conversation with my buyers, find out, you know, what different requirements they have. I think that most importantly is the area that they're looking. You can change a house, but you can't change a location. So once I establish, you know, the things on their wish list, I then really strongly encourage them to see a local lender for more advice, and then we can get that number dialed in so that we're looking at the appropriate homes.
Jumping here. I'll go back just a few months, even before that. So if anybody, talking about budgeting, look to this is where housing counseling comes in. Never a bad time to call and talk to a housing counselor. Generally no fees for that, to go over a budget, but even more importantly, in the case of buying a home, you want to see where you're at credit-wise so that you don't go get demoralized by talking to a lender before you have any business talking to a lender. Because I've met with people who say, well, I don't even think I'm going to buy a home. I just went and the lender told me that my credit's shot, and people think that they're done. They're told they can't qualify and they'll never qualify. And that's just absolutely not the case. So credit building is our specialty. I've been doing this for over 20 years, and we can help people rebuild from really terrible credit or no credit, even better. Actually, that's easier for us. But within six months, have people in a position where they can qualify for something, a pretty decent credit rating, or at least build them a strategy to get there. So early on, if that's ever in question, if their finances are ever in question, meet with a housing counselor. There's only 4 of us in the state. There's IHFA, they have offices around the state. There's Money Fit by Debt Reduction Services. We do it all around the state. There is Pocatello NeighborWorks, Boise NeighborWorks. I think Jesse Tree actually, so there's 5 now.
What do you all charge for housing counseling?
We don't charge for any of that. The only thing we charge for is like a reverse mortgage counseling or first-time homebuyer class. So that's another one. If you're a first-time home buyer, or you haven't lived in your home or you haven't been a home buyer for 3 years, you can qualify for some first-time home buyer programs, and you'll need to go through a HUD approved home buyer education course like ours or IHFA's.
Yeah, I would say the most important thing is like just figuring out your budget and seeing if it's a realistic goal or not. And just, you know, like write down what you think you can afford, because I mean, it's expensive to buy right now, it just is. But start with a budget, meet with a lender or a realtor or somebody with counseling services just to get your feet started, and we can help you get you pointed in the right direction.
For those of us who weren't selective in choosing our parents and can't pay cash for a house, Lisa and I are a necessary evil. I think sometimes loan originators are the last people that a home buyer want to talk to, because it's intimidating for someone to say yes or no, and you don't always know what those particular inputs are that are going to equate a loan approval. But I can't speak for Lisa, but I think probably for both of us, we are driven to help home buyers succeed in the acquisition of homes. That's why we exist in our professional careers. And so sometimes there are occasions where people have credit challenges, where I'm going to refer somebody to someone in Todd's position to help them out. But there are so many loan products now compared to when I started 30 years ago. There are so many loan products that are designed to help first-time home buyers. There are first-time home buyer grants. There are loans that can be made through IHFA. So there are FHA loans. USDA is a fantastic program here in Latah County. USDA, you can put nothing down on a home, and the mortgage insurance is less on that than it is on FHA, so it's a less expensive loan. It's a really good option that doesn't exist in metropolitan census tracts with higher population densities. So there's so many options. Don't be shy about asking those questions, because that's why we're here. That's what we do, is help people navigate that landscape.
And even if you're not approved right away when you meet with us, like, we'll help you get to an approval. Like, this is what you need to do. These are the steps you need to take. So it's not always like a no, it's just not yet, right?
And some steps not to take, like,
Yeah.
don't go out and get approved for a loan and pick a home and then go finance the furniture before closing. You never had that. You guys never seen that, have you? Not a good idea.
Okay, how many homes should I look at before deciding to buy?
However many it takes.
This one's kind of hard for me because my definitive answer is probably more than one. I have been on showings where we pull up to the house and they say, "This is it, I want to write an offer," and nothing makes me feel more nervous. So I'll finish the showing, say that's great. Are you free tomorrow afternoon? Because I'm gonna show you everything else in your price range in this area so that you can sleep at night, so that I can sleep at night. So I think that, I mentioned location before. If you find something and the inventory is low and it's in the right school district or in the right area that you've always wanted to live, it's easier to say, my search is ending, I've found what I want. Also, things can fall through, and it's good to have, an option B if possible. So I also think there's no such thing as a waste of time as far as a showing goes. It's always going to give you information for a future decision. You might wonder about a feature in your home and think, I've never thought of that before, I wonder if I would like it, or I've never seen it in person. That way we can get firsthand experience of what it actually looks like, how that might function for your family. Even if it's something that there's a 99% chance you're not going to be interested, if there's a part of the home that you're interested in finding more about, then I'm happy to show you and look at hundreds of houses, even though there's not that many on the market.
Next one is, should I get a home inspection?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yeah.
Lisa said absolutely, and that's my answer. So home inspections are so important for that peace of mind. First and foremost, it's giving you an overview of what is, it's like going to a doctor for a physical. They're not going to be able to find everything. Some things are unseen. Not every home inspector is human and can make mistakes, but they know what to look for. They have a meticulous checklist. They go through all of the major systems in the home, and they might find something that's a $30,000 issue. That might be the time when you say, I'm walking away from this deal. So definitely in a more competitive situation, if there's multiple offers, you might then think about waiving a home inspection contingency. But the due diligence time frame after you submit an offer is just so important. There's many different types of inspections. There's a primary home inspection. You can do inspections for mold or radon. You can do sewer scopes. In the Fort Russell district in Moscow, there is lots of tree roots everywhere. It's an extra $150, $250 to find out these things, but you're going into a home knowing that things are working as they should. Another important part of a home inspection is it gives you that negotiation, an option to negotiate where the seller, you might ask for a price reduction based on the findings that there's gonna be a new roof needed in 2 years. You might say, can you reduce the price by $15,000, meet me halfway? You also might be able to say, hey, it looks like the furnace needs serviced. They've noted that there's no smoke detectors in the home. Can you please have those items done before closing? So it's a good negotiation point. It's good for your peace of mind. And, for a 2,000 square foot home, it's roughly $400 to $500-ish. And it gives you a thick report. They're always scary looking. They're always like 60 pages long. But I can really say that's normal. And, after seeing dozens and dozens, I think I've never seen a perfect house. I've never even seen a really clean inspection still has a number of items. Also for your peace of mind for safety. If they're seeing anything that looks hazardous, it's going to be called out on the report, and it might be something that you don't even think about, like carbon monoxide issue that would go unnoticed. But then they're also going to call out things like cracks on a sidewalk. So yes, get an inspection is my answer.
I would also say that as a lender, we don't typically require home inspections to be done, but there are certain programs that it is required. So if you're getting down payment assistance through Washington State Housing Finance Commission, they do require a home inspection to be done. So just something to keep in mind.
And, go ahead.
I feel like at an emotional level, home inspections are designed to make home buyers feel bad. It's like every time you read a home inspection, there's nothing there a match won't cure. But they're super important, and I would stress that if you find things that are wrong with the home that are not health and safety issues, there are loan products that can address those things in the event the seller won't. So even if you're a minimum down buyer, there are renovation loans available through FHA and conventional sources to address those items post-closing.
I'll just add that a lot of people might think, well, I'm buying a new build, and so I don't need an inspection. And I'll just tell you from personal experience, I tried that once, and there's always going to be things that are going to need to be addressed. And once you move in, the builder doesn't have a whole lot of incentive once they've sold to fix things that could have been fixed ahead of time.
Sometimes a builder will offer like a 1-year warranty,
Yeah.
but things can happen after the fact. Just one of the most scary examples I can think of is there's a new construction where there's too many cooks in the kitchen and nobody checked off to make sure that the sewer line was connected to the main. So a year plus later, they're developing a sinkhole in their yard, and they find out it was never connected to the main. So, it's always good to get things checked out.
As a seller selling your house, should you do the inspection to get more out of your house instead of?
There are times where a pre-inspection, home inspection is ideal, and that is if you think that it's going to be a really competitive situation, that can also expedite things time-wise, because people will then say, there's been an inspection done recently, I'm just going to go ahead and waive that if they're going to provide that report to me. And a lot of the time, I'll see a listing online, and it'll say, home inspection available for, serious buyers. And that way, it's not airing all the dirty laundry about the house online, but it is available for you to see if you're thinking about writing an offer. Does that answer your question?
Same question. Okay. Okay, so, hey, you guys are gonna love this one, because I always love it. How much is this gonna cost me to purchase my home? And do I have to have 20% down? So, I'm sure they don't look for specifics.
No, you don't have to have 20% down to buy a home. There's a ton of different programs out there available for first-time home buyers, low income. There's literally so many programs now, grants, things that will help you get into a home. How much will it cost? It's just really going to depend on your situation. Like, how much is the home purchase going to be? do you have funds to put down, or will we be getting a grant or down payment assistance for that? So it's very unique to your situation. So there's not like one set number where it's like, well, you have to have $500. It's just going to depend. But that's what a lender is here for, is to help you like look at all the options that you qualify for and figure out which one benefits you and works best for you.
If you're shopping for homes in your price range, in an appropriate price range based on your income, then there's probably not a limitation aside from inventory, finding that home, and credit. So as long as you have good credit and you're shopping in the right price segment, there's probably not a context in which Lisa or I couldn't find a home loan for you.
Yeah, so there's, like you mentioned before, there's no money down programs. Each lender has portfolio programs that they offer too as well, is like traditional mortgages. So if you shop around, like some places can offer more programs. There's like Home Start grants, so if you're low income, you can qualify for money to go towards your down payment. There's just so many options. There's a lot.
USDA is 0% down, FHA 3.5% down. Conventional, you can do 3% down if you haven't owned a home in the last 3 years. You can do a
VA's no
VA
money
is
down.
0% down. You can buy a multifamily now through conventional financing for 5% down. So
Which used to be you had to have like at least 15% down if you were buying a duplex and living in one side. They changed it to now you only have to have 5% down, which is huge. So you can then purchase a duplex, live in one side, and have somebody renting and helping you with your mortgage payment.
I'm going to add just onto that, beyond the down payment, that's where a housing counselor can come in handy. There's more to a down payment, more to getting into a house than the down payment. Unless you see yourself as the homeowner that puts the bed sheets up in the windows for the first year or two until you can afford everything else to go, window treatments and everything else. There's a household homeowner budget that you need to make sure you have in place, or your kids, if you have kids that are thinking about being homeowners. Because getting in, and I think this is to the point that Tim makes, that if you're in that, the appropriate budget range, you'll be fine. But as humans, we generally are always trying to push that envelope and always get into the biggest house possible. And we get in and we become house poor and can't afford to furnish the house and live the way we want to live in the home. And I think it's, for most people that I meet, work with, it's probably more satisfying to live in a smaller home and have the amenities than it is in a big home and have nothing.
This is the last question I have, so when you guys are done, you can either add what you want or ask questions, so, because you guys have been answering all my questions as we go along. So this one is it better to rent or buy in the next couple of years? And what are my options if I'm having a hard time affording my rent? So those are tough.
you want to go first?
I'll
with
jump
the-
in on that one first. I mean, that's right up our alley. So, one, if you're struggling with rent, absolutely reach out to an approved HUD housing counselor, because we will work with you, get you in touch with the different resources, whether they are state resources or nonprofit programs, to keep you in the home, and so that because every community recognizes that stable housing is a priority. So reach out to somebody if you're struggling with your rent. If you're struggling, now, is it better to rent or buy? Well, what are your goals? Sit down and make sure you know where you want to be. If you want to be a homeowner, work out a plan.
If
I don't-
you're not gonna be staying somewhere,
Yeah.
if you're staying for somewhere maybe like a year or two, that's when I think renting's probably definitely a better option.
Yep. Yeah, and trying to time the market, I'll say it again, back in 2005, my brand new bride and I had been in a home for a year. We thought, look, the prices have gone up, our home value's gone up 50% in a year. And sold and got in another home in November of 2005. If you remember anything from that time period, that was not a good time to get into a brand new home. And for the next 12 years, we were underwater. Don't move to take advantage, just because you're trying to take advantage of the value in your home. Make sure that you're looking at long-term and, you know, don't chase the money, I guess, is what I'm saying.
Why isn't the amount that one spends on rent taken into consideration in regards to a mortgage?
As far as like credit history goes, or?
Well, so I'll use myself as an example. It's not a great, but a 741 credit. I make about $50,000 a year. I was pre-approved for $248,000. But they told me that I couldn't go over anything that would put me over $1,000 for a mortgage payment. I said, well, I pay $1,400 for rent now, so why can't I look at something that's equitable to what I'm already paying?
Congratulations on managing your credit, because that is a great credit score.
That is, yeah.
Nicely done.
Okay.
So,
It's a work in progress. I wouldn't tank it because I didn't buy a new car, but
Anything mid-700s on up, they'll be happy to work, they're gonna be happy to see you.
but I think the answer to your question is this. Underwriting has become much less human-centric and more automated. And it's automated underwriting that determines max debt-to-income ratios, not humans. And so automated underwriting takes a number of things into account, including any other obligations you have, monthly obligations. The lower debt you have going into the home purchase, the more you can push the front debt-to-income ratio, which is designed to include the principal, interest, taxes, insurance, and mortgage insurance if you put down less than 20%.
right, and at the time, I didn't really have any, I only owed $2,500 left on my student loans. I had no bills, no credit cards, I had nothing. It was all straight income, and I've been paying the same amount of rent for 8 years.
Well, at 50,000, your monthly income would be 4166 a month. 25% of that's gonna be over 1,000, and you could probably get up to, if you didn't have any other debt, you could probably get up to a debt ratio closer to 40% and have a payment closer to 2,000 a month. So I have no idea why an underwriter or a lender would tell you that. You're talking to the wrong people, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say, I mean, we're maxed at a certain debt to income ratio. And so we take a look at, okay, what are your current monthly payments, right?
Right.
And then with the new mortgage, how much is that gonna be compared to your income? And so, like, based on what you're saying, like, it seems like you should qualify for more, but we don't see the full picture, right? So we're not,
Right, no, and that makes sense, just, $225,000 is not
Yeah.
going to go very far in employment.
right.
And, yeah, I mean, do ask around. Every lender has their own different programs, and, I mean, not all lenders are as comfortable with higher risk as other lenders. So don't ever just take one answer as the final answer. Because your situation, if I were to meet with you, I'm like, oh man, you are right there. I don't think you need to wait. Let's get you started here. So.
My question is, in the Moscow-Pullman market, housing market, how much is locally driven and how much is outside investors?
That's your
I wish I could answer a little bit differently. So I started a bit over 5 years ago, and it's changed somewhat significantly since then. I think I mentioned in one of the other answers I was giving earlier that local buyers have been being pushed out. Investors in particular, and I can't really speak to Pullman because I'm not licensed in Washington, but I know it's similar enough that it's probably happening over there as well. But investors seem to be the ones who have the cash, and the ones who seem to have the cash are the ones that are coming from out of state. So in a nutshell, it's probably more of out of state investors, but there are still a number of local investors who are looking for the right opportunities here, and are qualified buyers.
Are there any incentives for that?
For investing?
For local investors, for local people? Is there anything otherwise that?
At the financing level, there is, and what it is, your incentive is in the form of a disincentive to an investor. So at one point, within the last couple of years, both Fannie and Freddie, Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, where the money ultimately originates from, added what are called loan level price adjustments for investor loans and second homes, because they wanted to make it more advantageous for people who actually didn't have a primary residence.
Any way you can guesstimate the percentage of outside investors versus locals?
It's not outrageously disproportionate, maybe 60-40.
60 outside.
Mhm.
But when you
If
have
I
a-
had to guess.
when you have a constrained inventory, that may feel impactful.
Right, that might be 4
Right.
properties in a 6-month time period that we're looking at.
A question to tag onto that is, are the investors buying the homes to rent them out, or are they flipping them, or is it part of a, it's like a mutual fund type organization that is buying these properties?
I see out-of-town buyers that are parents of college students a lot. And they'll purchase a home, let their son or daughter live there for the duration of their university, so 4 years, 5 years. And at that point when they graduate it, then they kind of flip it to a rental.
Yeah.
I see that a lot.
Time for the hard questions.
Question, how will the new legislation regarding realtor fees affect choosing a realtor in the local market?
You wanna talk about that?
Obviously, things are gonna be mixed up a bit. In the scheme of things, this has passed at a very quick pace. We are going to see changes starting mid-July as far as the practice and policy is concerned. I'm actually kind of looking forward to it. That way, I mean, I always am happy to help my buyers, and I always am happy to say, you don't have to worry about paying my commission. But at this point, I can really have a frank conversation with them about what I can offer, hopefully there is gonna be different routes we can take to maybe partner up with lenders and get the portion of the commission that's due at closing somehow integrated with financing. There's just a lot of unknowns right now. I understand that they're trying to police things so that people do not get taken advantage of. Moscow has always been, I felt that everyone has played fair. I think that a lot of sellers are still going to want to offer a buyer side commission. The difference will be, it won't be publicly, or it won't be marketed on the multiple listing service. So we'll have to make a few extra phone calls to see how are we getting paid.
Can you speak to the vast difference in the tax assessment of properties versus the asking prices of properties in the current market?
Well, my understanding of tax assessments is they're not based on the immediate market value. They're based on comparables from the year before. So it's usually going to be substantially lower than market value. And I can't tell you the number of times that people have come into my office over the last 3 decades telling me that they're paying too much for this property because it's only assessed at such and such. But that's actually good news. You don't want the assessor to have your property at market value.
Yeah. Then you'll be paying more property taxes.
To piggyback on the question before hers, do you see more realtors having to drop out of being realtors because of the change in the commission?
It's really just happened so recently that I haven't been able to see that firsthand. Something I think that could happen is realtors that are doing it part-time on the side might find that it's a little harder to keep up. If you're working with someone who's a full-time realtor, I think that they're probably gonna stick with it, and that have faith that there's gonna be different options. But yeah, maybe people who don't do it as a full-time job.
Can anyone speak to the difference in property tax, Moscow, Pullman?
I'm trying to recollect whether or not I've observed a large disparity there. You know, the specific amount of taxes that one pays on a property are predicated on a number of things, including the condition, if the assessor comes and visits your house, and the last time they assessed it. I know in Latah County, they tried to reassess every home every 5 years at a minimum. And so, depends on the last time it was assessed, and depends on any operating levies that, like the school district has an operating levy here in Latah County, in Moscow particularly. So there's just so many inputs into that, but I don't think over the 3 decades I've been doing this that I've observed a large disparity in tax rate between the two.
So nobody's saying, oh, I'm gonna buy in Washington because it's less, or I'm gonna buy in Idaho because it's less.
Correct.
Not really.
I have a number of buyers looking either or.
Thank you.
What's the price range of the houses that are moving versus houses that are sitting on the market longer?
I think anything, well, there's hardly anything under 300,000, but if it's livable, it's gonna be snagged up. To be blunt about it. I think that houses in the 600,000 to 800,000 range are sitting a little bit longer. And I think that those sellers are still hoping to get the price from a couple that their neighbors got down the street a couple years ago. And they'll sit for 2 weeks, a month, then they'll have a $20,000 price drop. But houses that are still moving quickly, probably between the 450, 550,000 range. And I seem to have a lot of buyers specifically looking in that range. Single level homes are really popular. A lot of people are wanting 2-car garage. So if have something around 2,000 square feet that's in the $500,000 range that has a 2-car garage, and a single level, it's gonna be pretty marketable.
What kinds of add-ons are creating a difference in the price for selling a house?
Like improvements to the property?
Improvements to the property, so not just bathroom or kitchen, which I want to hear about, but anything at all. Solar, electric vehicle access, what's happening?
Anything that is that specific, I haven't seen make a huge difference because that's for a very specific buyer. But an additional place for a vehicle, RV storage, a lot of people are looking for something for a place to park their boat. So lot size is really important. I think that anything over like 7,000 square foot lot is manageable to maybe put in a little garden or have extra parking, maybe have a little shop or a garage built. So, I mean, the size of land in general is probably the biggest. But yeah, different spots for different toys is also huge.
Are there any ADUs in Moscow or in Latah County?
Yeah.
And are those selling, are those a big draw, or is it again very specific?
A lot of people are wanting the capability to build an ADU. And a lot of them are people who have out-of-town family members that they're wanting to have a small space for. Some people want to do like an Airbnb, but for the most part, I think it's for, personal use. And yes, you can do it unless you're in a part of the county that has specific covenants and restrictions. And there are some different platted areas that don't allow ADUs. And in Moscow, yes, there are some as well.
Thank you.
Did you have something, Todd?
Are there any
Oh,
home building construction going on in Lake Tahoe?
Yes, Todd, do you want to answer what you were going to say before?
Oh,
that?
I was just talking about what you can do to a home that actually improves the value. Think about numbers, what can be a number in a listing, rooms, square footage, and really anything else, it's curb appeal. Anything else you do to the home will improve the showing and the likelihood of it selling, but not necessarily add a whole much, if anything, to the value. But cleaning up,
Paint.
yeah, cleaning up the home, making it look nice. Drive by a home and if it's clean and bright, you'll usually get back more in the value of the home than what you put into that. What was the question over here? The new home construction?
New construction.
In Lake Tahoe?
There's a number of different little subdivisions coming in. Probably the largest one is south of town, off of Palouse River Drive. I've heard that there will be hundreds of units, ranging from townhouse to single-family home to up top, larger homes on 1 to 5 acre parcels. There's also the Woodbury subdivision north of town, off of Sloniker, and that's going to bring in a lot more options for housing. There's new apartments coming in east of town. So yes.
The Princeton area, Princeton and Harvard, is there east of Potlatch area?
For development? I would be really surprised.
I haven't heard of anything that's bringing in like platting different plots to build like a subdivision or anything like that. And there's a reason also. The city water systems in those smaller towns are almost at capacity, if not at capacity. So they're trying to remedy a solution for that. So right now, it can't really, if you're going to be adding on to the city, I use that term loosely for Harvard and Princeton, but if you're going to be adding on in close proximity to those other homes, it would have to be on a private well system.
But there are homes that come up in those communities, right, for sale, I think.
Yes.
There's a number of listings.
And those outlying communities are somewhat popular. They're for out-of-state buyers who are used to like a 2-hour commute. They look at that and say, a half an hour, 45 minutes, that's nothing. And the housing's more affordable out that way too, so.
You guys can add anything you'd like to add to the conversation.
Yes.
Are the loan requirements different, or they're closer to requirements, different for like single-family homes versus like manufactured homes, tiny homes, multi-generational homes?
Yeah, so there are different requirements for the type of home that you purchase, like down payment requirements, debt to income ratios. Sometimes if the automated underwriting system doesn't like certain things, you may have to go, like if it's a manufactured home and your debt to income super high, like it may not like all of those factors put together. So there are different requirements for each type of home that you're purchasing.
It comes with property as well.
There are also different requirements in terms of condition. If you're getting a loan that's a government-backed loan, FHA or VA or even real development, the threshold of property condition is going to be a little bit higher than it would on a conventional loan. For example, you can't have any peeling paint on a government loan.
I've seen a lot of apartment complexes going for sale. Are those like something that people should look into buying?
So for like residential, like mortgage lending, we can only do up to 4 units. So if it's something that has more than 4 units, then you're going to want to look at like a commercial avenue to get lending for that.
There's a lot of working parts behind a purchase that big. I know that it's multi-million-dollar properties at that point. So a lot of times you're working with multiple investors. I don't have a lot of experience. I wish I did.
Are you
with that.
talking about more than 4 units or less than 4 units?
I don't know, I just recently walked past by. Like,
Complexes?
complexes that are like for sale.
Gotcha.
Things, I don't know if there's something going on why they're selling or.
Well, like that, what is it?
The
Is
one
it
at A Street.
4.5 million? Is
Yeah.
that what it's going for?
That might be what you're thinking about on A Street?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that one's gonna require about 1.125 down, and if you have that kind of money, I would absolutely buy that property if I were you.
Yeah.
That like go off, like you get posted off either that corner or the other corner. Like,
Yeah.
they're always, like for sale.
If you want to get into bigger apartment complexes, the term is apartment syndication as well. When you look for a lot of private investors, somebody who's an apartment syndicator.
Are you seeing reverse mortgages, or do you deal with that at all?
Todd?
I do the counseling. Not all lenders provide reverse mortgage products, but I have 2 counseling sessions on Monday. I probably have 2 to 5 a week, and really we don't do any advertising. Yeah, and we were talking about this earlier. It's a product that before I got into the certification to provide the counseling, I had only heard the negative. Well, people are going to lose their home. The government kicks out the spouse. That most of that was all corrected with some changes in 2014, and so it's something that it's a legitimate product for people who are heading into retirement without a plan, and that involves 80% of Americans at least, if not more. And there's a lot of protections, and you could even buy a 4-plex, live in one of them for 6 months and a day, rent out the other 3.5 during the year. So you could actually earn income throughout your entire retirement years. And never have a monthly payment. I mean, there's some creative things you can do with it. It's not generally the first place to go for retirement plans, but it has its place.
So if people don't need the money, do you still recommend it if there's no areas to leave it to or anything?
I don't recommend one way or the other. I just provide as much unbiased information as I can. That's my job as a counselor, to make sure that everybody understands what they're getting into, what the advantages are, disadvantages are, what could happen, what won't happen. But yeah, it's something to consider for a lot of households. And there, by the way, just the term for a government-backed reverse mortgage is a HECM. If you ever hear somebody say HECM, HECM, that's what I do. We're not required to do counseling for proprietary products.
Going once?
So let's say I buy a house, and let's say something happens and I end up passing, what happens with the mortgage for my heirs?
I've never had to deal with that.
Me either.
So your property, it's in your name. The loan's in your name.
Yes.
So it's your estate that is required to take care of the loan. It pays off and typically sells. Quite often the heirs will want to purchase it and would have to qualify for a loan and pay it back. Or just let it, or sell it and keep the equity. But if the children, siblings, parents are not on the loan, they're not on the hook for the money. They don't need to pay it back. The lender's not going to come after them. If that's some people will ask that concern. Well, what happens? Same thing with a reverse mortgage. Well, what if if I pass away and my kids aren't going to get the house? Well, they can buy it. They can get a loan themselves. They can just have it sold and keep the equity.
think a lot of it's contextual as well, because if you die suddenly, of course, there's no opportunity to prepare for that event.
Right.
But a lot of people do have an opportunity to prepare for that event, and they make arrangements.
We don't have any sort of like gap for, there's not any sort of gap for that?
I don't think so.
Mobile home or a motor home? I haven't heard of gap insurance for a mortgage.
So if I heard that right, you're looking at gap insurance like you would have for cars?
Yeah, like for an
that,
auto,
yeah.
yeah.
So there's nothing like that for okay.
Not that I know of.
I don't know, but this is America. I'm sure somebody's come up with
Yeah.
something like that.
Someone out there.
Let's say I owed $100,000 left on my loan, and I left the kids $150,000, but there's 4 of them, so they're gonna fight. But everybody wants to live in the house. So instead of paying off the loan, well, 2 parts, can they equally take their portion of the $150 or $150,000 to then purchase or like a down payment for their part of a loan? Or can they just continue with mine and just make payments, or how does?
You know, that's an interesting question. I've wondered that myself, because if you continued making the payments, I don't know how a loan servicer's ever gonna know you're dead. Not advocating fraud, I'm just saying.
Is the fraud at that point, if they're buying something in?
If it's not in their name, it would be best for them to figure out how to get it into their name. I
would
mean,
say first step
for
is
taxes and many purposes.
Exactly.
Eventually
They
it'll
would be
catch
the
up.
ones who would be able to advise you.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like an estate
Yeah,
planner, or
absolutely.
attorney, they're gonna know like do the debts need to be paid before the assets can be distributed? I would assume so. I don't know.
We, at Lake Tahoe, we keep all of our first mortgage loans in-house. So we deal with those, we don't sell them on the secondary market. So we're a little more aware when someone passes away. We'll try to work with you, but ultimately, if you don't have any heirs, then the estate's gonna have to sell it and pay the
Right,
loan off
and
if
pay
you
the
don't
loan
have
off,
anything else.
absolutely.
If you have heirs, they're gonna have to refinance it, but they can refinance the balance, they can, they have to decide. If they decide they wanna take their $150,000 and pay the loan off and then fight amongst themselves who gets to live there, that's okay too. But, it just doesn't continue to go on and someone can just pay it. We'll work with you for a little bit, because I'm going through a probate with my mom's property right now, and that can be 4 to 6 months, and we've had estates that haven't cleared for a year.
Right.
But again, we keep these in-house, so this isn't, an overall if you've got it with some other lender someplace else. But we'll work with you to do that, but ultimately it would have to get paid off. And it can't be, and we don't have assumable loans, so it's not like they can walk in and say, okay, I just want to assume that loan. They have to rewrite it at whatever the current rate is. So I hate to interrupt, but
No,
That's good information.
that's what we've
Yeah.
dealt with, but again, they're all in-house.
Well, in that case, do you see a lot of elderly that put that in a trust then, and then it just still stays under that trust?
We have a few trusts, but mostly it just comes down to whatever the will says and the estate comes in, and we've had, the majority of people will either pay us off when it sells, or they do come in and refinance it, but, and sometimes there's enough money in the estate that it pays it off, and then it gets, but again, the attorney is the best person to talk to for that. So, I guess it's time to pick up lunch, and,
Thank you.
and then.
Thanks for coming, everyone. Thanks.
And what was your name one more time?
Ellis.
Ellis, Erica and Ellis, okay. I'll let them get settled.
And that's Jennifer's.
That's okay.
I'm introducing you.
Don't give a rip or any.
Well, it was too late to add,
Oh.
add anything in there, so I'm introducing you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So good.
We never did those doors shut, so we just did ours out. Yeah.
Good afternoon and welcome to our final session of the day here. So we have two extra people joining us on our wonderful panel. We have Erica here in the center and then Ellis on the end. And then our other two people are Marlis Wilson from Latah Credit Union. She has been part of our financial conference team since the inception 5 years ago. She recently retired from Latah Credit Union as a CEO, where she worked for 20 years. She has an extensive financial background that encompasses more than 50 years. Troy is her home, where she has many family roots. And currently she lives on the Century Old Farm with her husband. And then we have Erica Odenberg from also Latah Credit Union. And Erica has worked in the financial industry for over 25 years. She started as a part-time MSR at Latah Credit Union in 1996, holding various positions over the years. She recently took the position of president/CEO, and when she's not working, she enjoys the outdoors and spending time with family. So please welcome our panel here.
It's on, is it not?
Yep.
Okay.
You're good.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone.
I don't think you are.
I don't think it
You
is.
can push the button.
Oh, there we go. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Navigating Loss, Essential Steps After a Loved One's Passed. My name is Erica Odenberg. This is Marlis Wilson. And then Jennifer Parkins is here, and she works at the credit union. And then Ellis Eifert with the Eifert Law Firm has offered to answer legal questions for us today. Thank you for joining us, too. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what I have done with my family members to help prepare for possible issues before and after they have passed. Jennifer is going to talk about what she has seen at the credit union with helping members with their accounts after a loved one has passed, and Marlis is going to talk about her experience, what to expect, and some steps that would be helpful in the planning process. These are just suggestions and examples of different ways that will hopefully help you in your process. We are not experts by any means. We're just giving life experience, I guess, of what we've done. That's why Ellis is here.
Yes,
Oh, yes,
he's
the expert, not us. So my personal experience with my family has been a little bit of everything. I have one family member who has created a trust and has everything in that trust. In order to set that up, she went to her lawyer, her attorney, who drew up her trust documents. Her intention with this trust was to save her children from paying the taxes that she had to pay when her parents passed. And then she also has prepaid her burial expenses too. So another family member, they went through the Neptune Society, and he has his burial wishes all paid for in advance. He also has a small life insurance policy that will pay for any of the extra expenses and a memorial service. So. And then my parents, they have a designated spot where they have their will and their power of attorney, which includes financial and medical instruction. However, this is, after listening in today, that's definitely not, that's not enough. And also, while we were preparing for this, I also realized I was just thinking of this presentation as, caring for my parents, but, at any age, you need to start preparing for, because anything can happen. You need to, get your estate trusts, wills, power of attorneys.
When you have children, grandchildren, family in general, you need to, prepare. I just kind of want to have everything mapped out for my family before anything happens, so. Now I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer.
To me?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so when at the credit union, if a member passes away, there are some things that are very difficult to maneuver. So if you have certain things in place, the process for your family is very smooth. And so the basics are a death certificate. You need a death certificate and you need ID. There's also if you have letters testamentary. For the credit union, we don't accept a will. The reasons for that are basically we can't tell if that was the last documented testimony of the person that was deceased, because so that has to go through the court process to name who the representative is that has the control of the estate or the person's properties. So letters testamentary that lists a personal representative, or if you don't have any of that and the person doesn't have a lot of asset, you can get a small estate affidavit, and that's in Idaho. The small estate affidavit is anything under $100,000, and so you just fill that out, you get it notarized, and that would count as well if you aren't on the account. The easiest thing to do is to be on the account with your loved one. That is helpful. And it doesn't have to be that you have control of anything on the account. If you're just listed as a beneficiary, that would suffice. With your ID and with the death certificate, we can then turn over the funds. Some people do have IRAs, individual retirement accounts. We cannot even list that as, we can't list a person as deceased or access any of those funds without a death certificate. Even if you give us verbal notice at the credit union, we will make notes on the account, but we can't do anything with the IRA until we get the actual death certificate. And we can't close an account that has an IRA on it until we have the beneficiaries for the IRA and all that, taken care of. There's little things that, maybe to think about if you've put your name as a co-borrower on a loan and somebody that has that loan dies, you're still obligated to take care of the loan. But if you have a family member that has a loan and you are not on that, that is not something that should be your responsibility. A lot of family members do take care of that for their loved one, though, so that the property they don't lose the property. So those are things like that. Let's see. Okay, I am not very good at staying on my script. La la la. Okay. So some of the, when Erica talked about the power of attorney, a lot of people they do feel like that's enough. It's only enough while the person is alive. So powers of attorney cease to be in effect as soon as the person that you're power of attorney for is no longer in need of your service. So it doesn't help us with death benefits or helping you with the account. The only thing it does give us is that, we know that you were with that person, that you had that person. I mean, it just doesn't give the estate to you if you're not listed as beneficiary or a joint owner on the account. So those are things. Yes, of course.
Is there an advantage to being on the account versus beneficiary, or is it both the same?
It would be beneficial to be on the account if
if you were not a power of attorney and that person needed financial help, because you would have access to the whole account. You would be able to do anything that they would need on their account, short of closing it before their death. So that would be the benefit.
And after death?
After death, if you're not the spouse of the person at our credit union, if you're not the spouse, we have to close the account, but it would go to the other person that owns the account, so.
The
yeah.
beneficiary?
Beneficiary or joint owner.
Or joint?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes?
Is that separate from, if the person owns property?
The small estate affidavit? Or?
Yes, yes.
I think it takes into account the whole property.
Okay.
Everything that they own, isn't it? As
Yeah.
the
On
small
the
estate.
small estate?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
it is. I've got, it's
So the-
small estate affidavit.
So the small estate affidavit,
Yeah.
it's $100,000. If your estate, which is composed of probate asset, there's non-probate assets and probate assets. So the way to think of that is, what would you give under a will is a probate asset. So if your estate has less than $100,000 of assets that could be given under a will, and does not include real estate, so that you can't have real estate, then you can use a small estate affidavit. So just really, if you think about it, $100,000 or less of personal property. If that's what's in your estate, then you can use the small estate affidavit. Does that answer your question?
No, so that does not include property, personal, like a building and land.
It does not include, so you can't use a small estate affidavit if there's real property in your estate.
Okay, is that just Idaho or is that Washington also?
That's Washington as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I just closed an account for California, and it's in that as well. So you just kind of, and actually Google is your friend for a lot of these places, because you can get to their, you can get to the state's site, you know, and look up the specifics for each state, wherever your person was living.
Okay,
So.
thank you. So if you put somebody on the account with you,
Mm-hmm.
maybe not a spouse,
Okay.
is there any way to put them on without, like if something were to happen financially, medical or whatever, that they can't attach your account if that person, like, could they come in and take the money out
Mhm.
for the other person?
They can, yeah.
Is there any way to avoid that other than?
By being a beneficiary.
Mm-hmm.
If you're a beneficiary, you only receive it upon death.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
So
that's
you're
a
not
safer
joined on
way
the
to do it.
account, correct, they're not joined on the account, you can't do anything, you
But
just
they wouldn't
be,
be able to spend the money until you pass.
correct.
There's no options in between there someplace.
Well,
Sorry.
not for us. I mean, I don't know if there would be some special circumstance for somebody to be an authorized signer for something, but still that's access to your funds. You're asking them to take care of your funds in some way. And so beneficiary is just what you get when I'm gone. And so, make some good friends, have some good trust with
Yeah.
people, you know, or, you know, I don't know.
So what if you were to go into a nursing home and
Mhm.
somebody needed to be in charge? Is there,
You would probably want to do a
attorney.
power of attorney, because,
in addition to that? In addition to being a beneficiary, have a power of attorney over the accounts, but their
E-
name isn't listed? Is that how it goes?
no, power of attorney is a person that you designate to take care of your financial, or your, make decisions about your health care or your finances or whatever. The beneficiary is really just somebody that you're listing because you want them to have the assets that are in your account when you die. They don't, you know what, a lot of people don't know they're a beneficiary for people, you know, and so that's another thing. Accounts kind of sit. I do know that some of the things that one of our MSRs that takes care of our IRA accounts is she's really tried to make a push to get people to update their beneficiary information because there's spouses that are beneficiaries and they've passed. And so we, you know, or maybe some other, you know, maybe your beneficiary got married, they have a different name. You know, it's really kind of nice if everybody takes care of their accounts in a way that you have the most updated information on there too. So that's helpful too for them. But as far as decision-making, you just really have to have that discussion and have trust with the person and see if they'll put it on. There are a lot of people that do it for people who travel. Even our legislators, their spouses are typically added as powers of attorney so that they can do banking in their behalf. So, I mean, it's not an uncommon thing to do.
We had an asset in my dad's estate that we had to know the address that was on the account and a whole bunch of information we had no way of knowing to be able to access the account, and they had my name as the wrong name, and we had to guess. They don't give you any clues. We had to guess that it was my last name originally, or my married name, or my new married name, and it was really hard just for us to access a federal savings plan account of my dad's.
Yeah. I think that's common, like I said, people don't even know their beneficiaries, so they don't come and ask. And if there's not enough information, sometimes I can find things in obituaries that match up, things like that with names, but it's very hard to track people down. And after 5 years of sitting without any account activity, we have to escheat the funds to the state. And so there's really, it's people's, livelihoods and things like that. They really do, they could go to somebody and they probably, if they've been designated to, it would be nice to get that there and stuff, so. Yeah.
It is true, though, that in Idaho, the escheat to the state means that it goes in the unclaimed property.
Correct.
Provisions. It
Yes.
doesn't go to the state. And
Oh,
so
I see what, yes,
the-
no, it sits there, yeah.
You can still find it 50, 75
Yes.
years later. Right.
Correct. Yeah, look it up. Find your name on there.
Yeah, I got $15 back when I looked at it.
So that's a site you can just go to and look.
Yeah.
Just the unclaimed property site with it, and you can just put your name in and, but that's, you'd have to look it up in every state you were at. It doesn't like float over, we were stationed in Wyoming, it doesn't float our information to Wyoming that we have money in Idaho.
Yes,
So I have power of attorney.
okay,
When I asked the doctor how to implement that, they said, talk with a lawyer.
okay,
When I talked to my lawyer, he said, talk with the doctor.
okay.
So what triggers a power of attorney or does not?
I'd let him answer.
So fundamentally, a power of attorney is your grant of decision-making authority to someone else on your behalf. And there's two types of powers of attorney. Obviously, you've got healthcare and financial, but as a power of attorney itself, you have a springing power of attorney and you've got a durable power of attorney. A springing power of attorney is one that only takes effect upon your incapacity. So obviously, that's the triggering event. But for those, you do have to have somebody to basically say, yes, you are incapacitated, which is normally your doctor. So you have to get proof of incapacity. A durable power of attorney takes effect immediately. So if I give, say, my brother a durable power of attorney for me for healthcare, he doesn't have to go prove my incapacity to be able to answer questions to the physician or go talk to the bank. So those are the two types. So I don't know, I haven't seen your power of attorney, so I can't say exactly which one it is. It sounds like maybe it's a springing power of attorney, which is why your attorney said to go talk to the doctor.
I've come across both of those terms in those powers of attorney. I can't offhand tell you which one is current.
Okay. So you're not sure which one is your document, which one of those it is?
I've seen both of those terms. One's called a durable power of attorney. Perhaps in the living trust, there's the spring, we call it the springing.
Yeah. There's a living trust doesn't necessarily have springing provisions, but yeah. I mean, if your power of attorney says durable power of attorney, then it should be.
It's right now, no questions.
Yeah, so then it's effective now and can be used now.
Competent or incompetent?
you can be competent and still have it. So you could tell someone, hey, I need you to go handle this for me. Take the durable power of attorney that gives me authority. And I don't know how you guys deal with that. If someone shows up to the bank with that, it's fine.
Yeah, we just scan the documents and get your ID, you know, just get some contact information, because if you're not a member, we wouldn't have anything. And, you know, we're required to screen all the people that do financial transactions with us. So we would get all that documentation and we would have that on the record in that account for that person. And so then you would be able to do business on that person's account for that person. Yes?
So I have a power of attorney for my mom.
Mm-hmm.
My sister and I are on her bank account, and we're both beneficiaries of her on the will.
Okay.
That's all legit, right? I mean, how we have it set up?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sitting here getting really confused. So I'm like,
There's just lots of options, you know. Mm-hmm.
thank you.
Yeah. Yes?
I have property recorded with right of survivorship,
Mm-hmm.
which I believe trumps all of this, right? So technically, I have full access to all bank accounts, I have full access to property or cars, whatever, because it's a right of survivorship that's recorded. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, are you talking about in the context of whether something at time of death, who it's going to go to?
Yes.
Yeah, so, yeah, right of survivorship, that's a transfer by operation of law. So it's like a contract. So, I mean, if you've got a will that says all my property is to go to, you know, this person, but on your joint tenancy with right of survivorship, you have someone else, well, that's going to trump the will. So you're not going to be able to give that account to whoever you've named in your will. So it'll trump the will.
Okay, and it gives me full access to all monies in all accounts and, I don't know, cars, vehicles, boats. I mean,
That's in the account?
No, as well as other property.
Oh, in the estate.
Yes.
So that is separate from the estate, the joint tenancy with right of survivorship. That's not going to go through probate. So that, whatever, let's say there's $100,000 in that account, that account, whatever that money in that account goes to whoever the joint tenant is. But the other assets, like boats, cars, real property, what have you, that's in probate, that's separate from that. Now that person might, I don't know, maybe they might be listed in the will, but it is a separate thing.
Okay, thank you.
So why would someone want a will and a right of survivorship? Like, wouldn't we all just want a right of survivorship if it trumps a will? Yeah.
I mean, you can't put every asset in a joint tenancy with right of survivorship account. But I mean, it definitely makes things simple for like cash type assets.
But not property.
Not real property. I mean, there might be some account that you can, I don't know, I'm not aware of one, so, yeah.
Idaho recognizes community property with right of survivorship for the last 7 or so years. It used to be we just had community property ownership, but now you can title or retitle your real estate community property with rights of survivorship. And then you don't even need to do a summary administration to surviving spouse. So that is something that.
Yeah, a lot of people do not take advantage of that.
So can you explain that?
So it's kind of like a joint account with right of survivorship, but on the deed, you have to make sure that you make it clear that you're owning the property like that. So there's a process called summary administration. If you have real property and you're a surviving spouse, you can transfer the property. You don't have to go through the whole probate process, so it's simpler. But with what the community property with right of survivorship, you can have it, it'll just transfer automatically to your spouse. And you don't have to go through any, you know.
You both bought the house together, and you both of your names are on it?
Historically, if you're both your names on it, then you have to open a probate to clear title to that property. And if it's just the property and it's a surviving spouse, we would do summary administration because it's quicker and easier. But now you've got this third option, I guess, where you can, if you title it correctly, you don't have to go through probate and it just automatically vests. So I don't think I've ever seen one of those deeds though.
Oh, they didn't become common until about 3 years ago or
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
And maybe 2018, 2019.
Yeah.
And on. And the advantage of community property with rights of survivorship titling, right, is that automatic doesn't mean automatic. You still have to record a death certificate, and you have to record an affidavit that establishes the reason you're recording the death certificate. So, but it's much simpler than summary administration or probate.
So you have to go see a lawyer for this.
Yes, that's the disclaimer.
I mean, yes.
Is that just in Idaho, or is that in Washington also?
I don't think they have it in Washington, but I believe they've got transfer on death deeds in Washington. So.
There's so much to know.
Should I go?
So, interesting question, but is the community property with rights of survivorship deed better than just having it in a trust? Or which one's better, trust or the survivorship deed?
The reason you would want to have a trust is you've got a bunch of you have other assets that wouldn't transfer that way. So like business interests, for instance, maybe you have an individual investment account, things like that. So there's other, I mean, if you're just looking at a particular asset, sure. But if you're looking at all your assets together, then it's easier to handle with the trust.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Whoops. Yes, I'm on. I don't talk very loud. One of the first things I'd mention is, only because I have this in my notes, we have a few handouts over there that might be helpful when you're establishing, getting all the information you need for when someone dies. I'll give you my examples of that. If you would prefer electronic, just put your name and email on there, and the credit union will send you the electronic versions, because I don't think we have enough for everybody in the room, but take, whatever you want there. Because it would give information, so one of the documents asks for all the names, your parents, when did they die, where were they born, all the things that you're gonna get asked. And so, the other thing it gives is where's all your financial information? Is it at banks? Is it at, the other thing, there's another one over there for your digital assets. So if something happened to me, I have all my stuff on my computer as to who to contact and all that. Well, that's not gonna do my daughter any good if she can't get into my computer. So, we just were mentioning that they're over there, and if there's not enough, that we can easily email you some. But I was going to talk a little bit about what happens after death, and these are my personal experiences in dealing with this just recently. But with the passing of my mom just in August, but my dad passed away in 2012. So it was easy because my mom was a surviving spouse. So there was not a lot that was needed. Her attorney did all kinds of stuff. He revised her will and got everything more up to date than what they had when they did their will in the 60s. And he also helped change the deed to the property just into her name, and we changed vehicle titles and did all that. So, I felt very confident with this process. This is easy. This is pretty good. Well, my mom passed away in August, and the first thing we needed to do, of course, was the funeral. And before my dad died, my mom purchased a funeral package for both of them, and they had already purchased their plots in Troy in the 70s. Now, I'll just throw this little anecdote in. The plots at the Burt Ridge Cemetery were $25 a plot, but they were going to raise them to 100, but you could get 8 for 100. So we have 8 plots out in the cemetery in Troy. So if anybody needs one, I can give you a steal on a plot, So that was all taken care of. But this was really helpful because it also covered most of the costs, and the decisions were made about cremation, what were their wishes. We worked with Short's Funeral, and they were really helpful, but I still felt we weren't prepared. When my dad died, my mom was there. So she knew, they ask you, what's the favorite color? What kind of flowers do they like? What kind of songs do they want? Well, all that information over there will be very helpful in answering some of those questions. My brother and I were the ones that were there, but I did text my two sisters. None of us could remember what her favorite color is or her favorite flower. But we also knew she liked Amazing Grace, so we got one of those items covered. Our whole thing was our family relationship was more important than knowing what her favorite color was or her flowers were. So, we weren't very helpful at remembering those things. One of the questions that was asked about was where Mom was born and her parents' full names. Well, there are 4 of us children in my family. My older sister and brother were 3 and 2 when Mom's dad died, and her mother had died a few years before that. And so none of us really knew. We knew Mom was born in Wisconsin, but we couldn't remember the town. I looked in her safety deposit box and found her birth certificate. Great. She was born in Barron, Wisconsin. Great. But it only asked for the mother's maiden name, and so it only listed my grandmother with her mother's maiden name, but listed her first name as a nickname. So we're struggling here. I finally did find a baptism certificate that gave everything that we needed, so Shorts helped us with the obituary, but again, we struggled. When did she move to Troy? So when did she graduate from high school here? When did she graduate from college? When did she start teaching? So we're all racking our brains. Well, we bought the house in '66 and, but anyway, this information would have been very helpful to have on paper. So after this was all done, the funeral was done, and I'm going to take care of all that for my daughter. Then the financial items started. So as Jennifer mentioned, both my sister and I were on all of her accounts. So we were joint owners on those accounts. So we'd been helping with the family stuff ever since they were sick and writing checks and helping them with that. So that part was easy. But then do we probate, do we not? Well, the issue is she still had land in her name. So we did have to do the probate. And so the counts didn't matter because we were joint. So it just reverted to us being able to handle that. But we are probating because of the real estate. So, of course, we have her attorney that's working on that to take care of that. Just a sec. And if you look up the probate in Idaho, which he can give you all that information it talks about, but there's other things that make it so you don't have to, if it's all in a trust, if it's all that. But ours, pretty much, we had to do it based on the fact that she still had property. It's still going through probate right now, which should hopefully finish up and we can close the estate here in April. Mom's original attorney had retired, so we had to start with a new attorney, and she did help us get this all done. One of the things I found out was that it was easier, and you may be able to say anything about this, but I found out that it was easier because the original will was recorded. And that made it a lot easier when they went to file the personal representative papers. Well, I typed up a will online before my husband and I flew to Florida a number of years ago for my daughter, and it's certainly not recorded. And so I am going to take care of all that and handle all the stuff that I had. The other financial thing that kind of took me by surprise was she's had her accountant for years. So we filed, she didn't have any other income from 2023, so we filed her tax return, but then there was an estate return that gets filed, closing, saying she'll never have another income at all. So I was a little surprised because when he got all done, he filed Mom's personal return, then he filed the state return, and then all of us, the 4 of us, got a Schedule K1 showing that we all had to declare $400 and some on our taxes. Well, what it turned out was, this was for the estate. She was getting a refund from the federal government for $1,610. So that became income to the estate. So then the estate filed their return for income of $1,610. So they could take off all the expenses, attorney fees, accounting fees, any fees that were related to that. So we ended up with a net expense of the $443. So it wasn't income we received, it was an expense. But I was a little shocked because I'd already filled out my taxes and mine were already done and on the way, and I'd almost had my return. And but my accountant said because it's an expense, I didn't have to worry about it. But rule of thumb, wait until you have the final tax thing done.
Quick question,
Yes,
where do you record a will?
the courthouse. You can just take your document up to the courthouse and they will record it for you.
Any special office in the courthouse?
The recorder's office. I was going back and ask, but it's the recorder's office. And for me, this is a really difficult time for everybody. I'm the third child. I'm not even the first. I'm the third one. But as you can tell, I'm pretty bossy. So I got in charge of all the financial stuff. But it helped because the four of us get along really well. We had no problems with anybody questioning my handling of her affairs while she was in an assisted living or any of that. And it made it a lot easier. And I know that's not the same for a lot of families. And my dad had dealt with a family that had not. They did not get along. And so he was trying to make everything safe for us so that we didn't have to do with the same thing. But I know one of the questions was, you're taking this one to find out what to do for the loss of a loved one. So I'm going to back up a little bit because I added a couple notes because it is difficult. And I don't know what you're dealing with and how to advise them. But my mom had a stroke in January of 2017. And at that time, she was still pretty functional. She was always still functional for a long time. Made the decision, she didn't want anybody in her house to go into assisted living, which number one was great that she made the decision to go into assisted living, but she sold her house to her grandson. So, you know, that made it even easier. At the time, we cleaned out her house, we had stuff go to an auction, we had all this, and then we stored some stuff because I don't think we wanted to deal with and didn't really know what to do. So it worked really well. The assisted living place was great. They were fabulous. It worked out really good. She progressed a little bit worse and then had to go into more care because she needed to have a two-person assist and that type of thing. She then had a second stroke in June, and she did not recover well at all. And then we had to make the decision on hospice. And that's difficult to make. I don't know how, I'm sure a lot of you have had to deal with that. But my philosophy was at one point in February, she had gone into the hospital and the hospital doctor was just counting her out. I think it was her age. She was 93. So, she wasn't young. But, he was saying, well, I don't know that we want to admit her because her kidneys look like they're not going to function. Well, the emergency room guy said, just, we'll admit her until we find out her kidneys don't function, and she made a full recovery. So when she had the second stroke, it took us by surprise because she didn't recover. And so we had to make the choice of going into hospice. It's difficult, but for those of you who haven't dealt with it, I wouldn't be scared of it because they were extremely helpful in helping with you deal with this. They kept us notified on everything. She actually was only in hospice for 3 days before she died, but they were very, very helpful. Even after the fact, they would call all of us to make sure we were all fine. I get a quarterly letter with a quarterly pamphlet, at least for the first full year. So I don't know if that's what you're trying to look for, but those were just a few things I thought I'd throw out there because they were things I'd never dealt with. I'd never dealt with hospice before, so it was different. The last challenge is the last few things we put into a storage unit after she moved out of her house. And so now it was time to clear that storage unit out. And it was difficult because you'd like to keep everything. I mean, she had all these pictures. The last thing I ended up throwing out was our baby books, Well, what are we going to do with this? All I'm going to do is take it to my house so that my daughter can make the decision, why would I want my mom's baby book, when I don't want this? So it took me about 5 or 6 days to get that cleaned out. And it is difficult. There is no easy way to do it. But if you think I just thought of it as, does my daughter want to take care of the stuff that's there, or do I just take care of it now? And the rest of the family, everybody took what they wanted. And so I don't know if that helped you. So, I mean, it's just notes that I had. So,
Is there anything you've learned that you would do differently for your survivors?
having been the survivor from your mother, that you're going to set up differently for your,
For my daughter? Yes, oh yeah, big time, big time. In fact, I'm gonna try and make an appointment with Ellis. Because, you know, my mom had the durable power of attorney. They had the one for the physician doing the stuff for that. Then they had the will, they had all that. I don't have all that. And even though it's just my daughter, and she would get everything anyway, I wanna make everything as easy for her as possible. We may outlive her, who knows, but, you know, we wanna make this as easy as possible. So yes, the other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna clean out that happy room. So she doesn't have to clean out that happy room, and I'll make the decisions on getting rid of some of that stuff, so she doesn't have to deal with that. But definitely, I'm going to make sure my paperwork is more in order, and my brother, just as a sample, my dad had Alzheimer's, so he was also over at Bishop Place. And after having dad in there and then mom in there, he looked into a long-term care policy, so his kids wouldn't have to worry about that. My mom had her long care insurance lasted for 5 years, but she went in 17 and died in 23. So, you know, there's other options you can do at that point. You can apply for Medicaid, but then that goes to assets. And if you sell the assets to, you know, then you have to live on that money for the, however, I don't know, 7 years or 8 years or whatever it is now. You know, so we're just trying to make some of that stuff easier for Kim if one of us has to end up, you know, going into the home, but yeah.
Is it okay if I add something?
Mm-hmm.
One thing I wanted to add from personal experience also, and no matter your age, please make sure that your loved ones know your stance on life support and when to pull it. Because that, I had to make that decision for my mom, and still hard to this day, but I knew it was what she wanted, and it saved my mental health, being an only child, you know, having to make that decision. So just please make sure your loved ones know that.
Any other questions for us or for Ellis? He's the one that.
Yeah. Whichever. Blue shirt, black shirt, I don't know what you're. Okay.
Right now I have a guardianship over one of my grandmother. I share guardianship with one of my younger cousins. We take care of grandma together, kind of tag team that. But is that a difference between a power of attorney and guardianship?
Marlis, would someone repeat the question, please?
Oh, she just said that she has a guardianship for your grandmother. She has a guardianship of her grandmother, and the question was, is a guardianship different than a power of attorney? So I don't do guardianship work, but I'd say kind of at the end of the day, what you've been given is you've given authority to care for and take care of and make decisions for that person. So at the end of the day, I'd say it's very similar. Yeah.
Very different.
So my question is the difference between a trust and an LLC for our inheritors. Because LLC hasn't been brought up at all today.
Yeah, so people use LLCs in estate planning. There's
What does
things.
that mean? LLC?
An LLC is a limited liability company, so it's a business. So there is a difference between a trust and LLC. An LLC is a business. A trust is what's called a testamentary document. So it's a document that you do estate planning with. People utilize LLCs in estate planning. You can put family assets in there. You can do some tax planning with them. Try and get like a discount so you can kind of reduce the value of your estate and stuff like that. You can pass property to family members via gifting interest in units in an LLC. But, so they can be used in estate planning, but they are different things. Because fundamentally an LLC is a business. And then a trust is a testamentary document where you're putting in wishes on distributing assets and who's going to make decisions. So, but they both have a place depending on your situation in estate planning.
Do you deal with both?
I do, yes.
What's the advantage to having your will recorded at the courthouse?
So one is if you lose it is a good one. I've actually had that scenario happen where I had a client one time, and they had, actually wasn't in Latah County, it was in Whitman County, but they had a will recorded. We couldn't, the person's parent passed away. We couldn't find a will, and so we went to go do what's called an intestate probate because there was no will. And when we did it, I got a call from the clerk and said, "Oh, by the way, we have that will you're looking for." So that's one benefit to doing that. Yeah, I mean, I'll say that's probably the main benefit.
If you go through a lawyer, do they automatically do that, or are you supposed to take it from the lawyer's office over to the courthouse and do it yourself?
In my practice, I do not file or record wills. You can definitely do that if you want. The reason I don't do that sometimes is it becomes a public record at that point. So once it's recorded, anyone can get a copy of it and look and see what you put in there, who's the decision making. If you're giving specific bequests of cash, they can kind of start to get an idea of maybe what your estate's worth. So, if you don't care about that, that's fine. A lot of people, the privacy is worth it. I always keep executed copies at my office that if you end up actually losing the will, we can get it into probate. But I'd say the main reason to not do it is just privacy. When you're opening a probate, normally when I'm opening a probate, I file the will with if there is a will, I'm required to file the will, obviously, with the documents when I'm opening up a probate. So it'll get filed with the court at that point.
How long does a probate
Usually take? How long does a probate usually take? So you can't close a probate in less than 6 months is the rule, if I remember correctly. What happens is you'll open up the probate, so you'll file a bunch of documents, petition to open probate, appoint a personal representative, there's a bunch of documents you'll file to open the probate. Once that happens, that's how you get the letters of testamentary. So like the bank say that we need letters testamentary. The way you get those is by filing and petitioning the court to open probate and sign the court order, which is the letters testamentary. Once that's done, you'll file a notice to creditors with the court, and then you'll run it in the newspaper for 3 consecutive weeks. Upon date of last publication of that notice to creditors, it starts the clock for a 4-month period that you have to leave the probate open, and creditors, unknown creditors, can bring claims against the estate. After that runs, you got to pay creditors and things like that. You can start working on distributing the estate. In my experience, it's normally 9 to 12 months is how long it takes to do a probate. I've done one or two where we did it, in 6 months as fast as you could, but most of the time it's 9 to 12 months just because you're having to find assets, something comes up, we're trying to sell a house. There's just things that come up that make it take longer.
Did you still have a question? Go ahead.
I have a durable power of attorney for my dad, and I'm also a co-signer on his accounts, and I have had to use the durable power of attorney when he was ill. But what I'm concerned about is when he passes away, because I am a joint on his account, if he has outstanding medical bills and things, does that put my husband's and does that make our assets be in jeopardy to pay off his bills because I'm joint on his accounts?
So I wouldn't think so unless those bills, unless that account's been attached in some way.
Like if you're a co-borrower, you're agreeing that loan would be your responsibility should they default on it, even while they're alive.
Okay.
So the co-borrower part, but joint owner, if you are not the co-borrower, should not. I think you would have a case against that,
I wouldn't think that you would be in jeopardy there. No. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, yep.
So my 2 handicapped sisters last week admitted themselves to an assisted living facility. And I was asked to sign as guarantor.
Guarantor?
What did I commit myself to? I'm not familiar with the term. I said I'm definitely not a cosigner.
What were you guaranteeing?
That they would get paid
Oh, okay.
But I said, I'm not co-signing, they're signing for themselves, but they wanted me to sign something that said a guarantor.
So did you sign an agreement saying that you're a guarantor for their care, for payment for their care, or not? You're saying you didn't sign that?
I don't think I signed anything for their care.
Okay. Norm, I mean, if you're a guarantor, so like, for instance, if you're doing a personal guarantee, that's the term I was looking for. So sometimes a bank, you know, like if you've got a business, or if your trust, for instance, is purchasing a piece of property, they have you sign something to be as a personal guarantee that you will pay for it. So it seems to me that what you're signing for is you're agreeing to pay for their care if they don't. But I'm not sure. I mean, I'd have to look at what's going on, because I'm not entirely sure I understand the entire scope of what's going on.
But he
I'm
also
their
has a
advisor
durable power
and their
attorney
counselor.
too,
I will
so
see
would
that
it
they
be?
pay the bills, but I will not assume responsibility for them.
You told them you weren't going to assume responsibility.
Right.
Okay. I would want to see the document, honestly, before I could really give you an idea of what's going on. So, yeah. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, but if he has power of attorney over their finances, then maybe they're saying,
But I think,
yeah, I don't know.
But I think they're still saying he's guaranteeing that he'll pay it if
Yeah.
they don't.
Yeah, I think you need an evaluation of your documents.
Any other questions?
10 minutes? Oh, gosh.
10 minutes. Any other questions? Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know who was first or whatever, it doesn't matter.
I just have a question.
Oh.
What's the difference between a trust and a will?
So, they are both what we call testamentary documents. Both of them do assign a decision maker, so someone who's going to handle your estate. They both state who you're going to give your assets to, how much you're going to give to them. The difference with the trust does all those things, but it does a few other things. One is it allows you to avoid probate. So we've been talking about probate and filing a will and all that. If you have a properly funded trust, by that I mean a trust that has all of your assets that are in it, you don't have to go through probate. The other thing is you have a higher ability to control the distributions. So you can state, I don't want my kids to get the money until they're 35, or, you know, I'll have certain provisions about how, you know, they can pay healthcare costs or education costs, but they can't get all their money until a certain age. You can put things in there like, if I've got a child who's going through a divorce, if I have a child who has a substance abuse issue, no distributions that are made. So you've got the ability to control when the distributions happen. Whereas a will is just going to go to them outright, unless they're a minor, in which case it's held for them until they're 18 and then they can receive it. So the main difference is the amount of control you can exercise over the distributions.
Because you were saying the right of survivorship trumps a will. Does the right of survivorship trump a trust?
It will. I mean, if it's not in the trust, which it wouldn't be because it's a certain type of account, then yeah, that's outside of the trust. So if it's not in the trust doesn't, I mean, the trust can apply. You know, I don't want to get too much in the weeds, but an account like that would pass outside of the trust, and the trust terms wouldn't affect it.
Yes.
What are disadvantages of the trust?
It's a little bit more expensive than a will set up, but that's the only, in my opinion, that's the only drawback.
And if you have a fiduciary in charge, it's a pain in the ass. Sorry.
If you have a what in charge?
Fiduciary.
A fiduciary?
Of the trust.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the trustee technically, whoever you appoint as a successor trustee is a fiduciary, so,
Well,
yeah.
anyway, it's been.
You gotta pick the right one. That's what I think you gotta
You
do.
didn't pick it, your stepmother did, and the guys are 4 years later, and
Oh, yeah.
cost me $40,000 out of the trust.
That happens, unfortunately.
Yes, back there?
With Idaho being community property, so let's say somebody buys their house before they're married, it's deeded as their sole and separate property. Then upon their passing, I'm trying to figure out how to phrase this, in that case in Idaho, regardless of will or not, then the spouse would still legally get half of that, is that correct?
So, If it's separate property, so they never,
Purchased prior to being married, yeah.
okay,
Never changed the deed.
never changed the deed. So
Yeah.
I'll need to check on that. I don't remember that off the top of my head. If you can make it community property somehow, but if it's completely separate and it's going via intestate succession, I believe it's half. I have to check on that. I don't remember that off the top of my
I
head.
think in that case, spouse would get half, and
Mhm.
children would get half.
Yeah.
and Will would.
Well, in a will, I mean, you can direct how it's going to go. In a trust, you can direct how it goes. But if it's intestate, I believe it's half goes. So I see nodding back there.
Spouse would not.
I can get back with you on that. I just don't remember it off the top of my
Okay, so
head.
I'm just trying to figure out, yeah, so then if there was a will stating that the child got the home.
It should go to the child if it's separate property.
50%.
Yes.
If, in the event of being the surviving spouse with only one person to whom you would leave everything, would you ever consider doing a trust instead of a will? For one person and everything just goes to that one person?
I mean, the reason you would want to do that is so you don't have to deal with probate. So if you got real property, best practices is to get all that handled via probate. If you use a trust, you don't have to deal with that, but, that would be the reason to do it. It's just kind of for ease of administration on the back end.
So isn't that a really good idea then? So you.
I mean, I think it could be, I think it's a good idea, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So once you set up a trust, do you have to keep revisiting that and paying fees or doing something else? Or is it just a one-time?
It depends on what you're doing. If you're buying and selling property out of your trust, if there's assets going in and out of your trust, it's going to require more upkeep. But a lot of times you can set it. You should review it each year. You should review your estate plan each year to see if there's any action needs to be taken. But if you put your personal residence in it, there's not a lot you got to do unless you want to sell it. A lot of that just depends on your life circumstances and what's going on in your life, whether there's going to be things that you need to do in an ongoing manner.
So I have a question. I had a power of attorney set up when I lived in Idaho. Now I live in Washington. Does that make any difference?
So, the best practices most people say is to get it updated to the state that you're in. You might have more experience practically dealing with out-of-state powers of attorney, but if you move to a different state, I think it has value. Sometimes you run into, I feel like the issue is you run into people that don't want to accept it because they have some concern about it being an out-of-state power of attorney. But, yeah, I think, they should accept it, but you're just, whether you want to deal with that, whether you want to deal with someone being unsure about the power of attorney that you're bringing into, from an out-of-state power of attorney.
If we have it on record, the only issue we have would be if it was revoked. And we would document the revoke, and then we would not recognize it anymore. But we aren't going to not recognize something that you've already submitted that has been legally done. So it wouldn't matter. But you would, most people, unless they're, like we have a field of membership, people have to open their accounts basically who live around here or work around here. But people move. And so then if you had a power of attorney that's like even in southern Idaho or outside of our field of membership, that's just documentation we have to get for that account. And but it can be from wherever the person is at that time. So, if they hold the account, they're asking you to do that for them. So, yeah.
Matter of information, you can check each state whether they've adopted the Uniform Power of Attorneys Act. And if they have, send that out.
Nice. Yeah, go ahead.
So, say somebody dies.
Yeah.
And then do you have to immediately go to the bank, or how does the bank find out that the person is dead? For example, okay, so I did all my will, our wills, my husband and I,
everything is in, and they know, our children know who's power of attorney for healthcare, who's the durable power of attorney for financing. But, so I thought, well, maybe I should just write a couple of blank checks and say, before it goes into probate, because it is just a plain will. So is that against the law or something? That they would go to the bank and say, here's like $1,000, I need it for funeral costs or something. Is that?
I think checks are only valid, aren't they, for,
Well,
they have to be.
so, yeah, so if you're saying you're on the account and you need.
It's her account.
It's my account.
Oh, and so you're
Say I'm
you're writing
dead.
them for
I'm
after
dead.
you die.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, like things after your death
Yeah.
would be not honored,
Okay.
and so.
But how does the bank know that I'm dead?
So if we, I have my ways. No. So the problem with not being notified is that sometimes things do come into the account, and say you it was a timing issue, and you got your Social Security or something and deposit. It's going to come back out when they get notified. It's required for things to be sent back if they weren't supposed to come because you died. So the sooner we know,
Right.
the better we can monitor your account, first of all, and then your family doesn't have to deal with things going out. Like, if you got, I don't know, like back when we were getting stimulus stuff, if you got a stimulus check for a person who had been deceased, I mean, you're required to send that back. You can't just put it in their account, So there's things like that. But if you have somebody that can act on your behalf, if somebody else is on the account, there'd be no need to
do that.
pre-sign a check or anything, but we wouldn't. Once that date hits, that's very suspicious. So, but it is best to report. You don't have to bring everything. You don't have to bring that death certificate in, but notify somebody that there has been a death. Yeah, and we'll start looking. We'll start looking through the public records. I mean, it used to be a job of somebody's at credit unions and banks to go through the paper every day. And, I mean, we don't do it anymore. We still get the paper, but we do kind of scan, and that's how we find things, because sometimes we're like, what is going on with this person? They're not here anymore. I think they died. I don't know. I mean, we have to look it up. We have to go find it. So if they don't have anybody on there, it's more difficult. Yeah.
And actually,
Oh, yeah.
unfortunately, we
Oh, yeah.
are out of time at this point.
Sorry.
But I wanted to thank you all for joining us for our final panel here, and thank our panelists. And then if you'd like to join us back in the main room for the closing, and there's a few more door prizes to hand out.
So these folks who are here might want to know